Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is the inimitable, irascible, and unstoppable Robert Barnes. How's it going, man?
Good. You know, it's been it was a nice win for Megan. I think a great win for the case that she was covering for not only that family, but for any of us that have had to deal with the horror of child services, sadly. If there's any organization that should be, dedicated to protecting children that isn't, it's probably children's services. And almost all of them, I don't know if your experience is different, but my experience was almost universally negative.
It's I've experienced in child services on a couple different sides of it. Thank God, none personal. But my wife and I were foster parents for a little while, until we had a placement in our second child. She was pregnant with our second child, and she had some premature bleeding, and the doctor put her on bed rest. It's like, well, now we have these kids, and like I was gone at work, and she couldn't help out with the kids. So unfortunately, they had to go to another family after that. But her family had been doing foster care for 30 years, and actually my friend Drexel, his family did foster care for as long as I had known them. And so it's like I'd had plenty of exposure to the system, and man, it's like, I don't know where some of these kids are worse off. Like the kids who go to, like, when they get a good family, obviously that's great and they're out there, but they're so desperate for families in foster care that some of the people that end up taking kids are absolute monsters. And then the system itself is just brutal to these children. So my experience is not great. Not great with them. Not happy to see how it turns out most of the time.
I mean, one of the things that, I was representing victims of abuse, and that's how I ended up interfacing with the system in Tennessee.
Right.
And the first part was the psychological profile of a lot of your child services people is the same as abusive personalities. And they tended to side with abusers more often than not. I mean, I was kind of shocked by the experience because, the cases that I had, I would establish the record that the guy has a long history of it. It's not just my client's accusations, the ex before, the ex before that, the ex before that. That's why, like one thing with the Johnny Depp case was I was like, I wasn't buying Amber Heard's story from the get-go because I was like, if Depp was an abuser, there would be a history. Right. He dated plenty of high profile, prominent women, some who were still unhappy about how the relationship ended, as one testified to. But none of them said that he ever did anything like what she was saying. And I was like, okay, that means extremely unlikely that her accusations are true. By contrast, her behavior did fit the pattern of an abusive personality.
Oh my gosh.
And there was allegations previous, there was allegations post from other partners that she'd had. And I was like, okay, that's, it's kind of clear what could happen. But I found that the abusive personalities that dominated many of children's services would side with the abusers, would go after the victims of the abuse, would try to convince the kid something didn't happen or shift blame. I got involved in a case where, my client was completely innocent, but it was unclear whether, well, I was told that it was only the ex and the ex's boyfriend was the source of the accusations.
Right.
And I told him in advance, I'm not going to get involved in this if there's accusations against my client's current girlfriend. Because I was like, we don't defend anyone who there's credible evidence of abuse for.
Right.
And they said, oh, no, there's no such allegations. No such allegations. I get to the actual hearing, and they disclose all these detailed allegations. And I'm like, you guys just completely lied to me to try. And what their whole goal was to rope me in to get my client's girlfriend to volunteer to testify. It was all a trap. And I was like, you guys want to do your game, but don't lie to me in the process. I remember I told him I'm never going to get involved in another case. Don't ask for a favor from me ever again. I was just enraged. In fact, that was the first time I ever raised the Constitution in court. It was a juvenile case. My client's the father, And I'm like, Your Honor, he has this was juvenile court where they're setting up juvenile court and family court and all that stuff. Supposed to be better. It wasn't in my experience. And I remember the judge looked up and goes, what? Constitution? Constitution? We're in juvenile court. I was like, Lord have mercy.
That's the funniest part of what you just said is like, we're in juvenile court or we're in family court. It's like, yeah, the rules in the Constitution don't apply here because you either have kids or you have families. And now we're well beyond any constitutional protections because we're now just at the best interest of the child. It's like, this isn't an equity court, bro. Like, we're not, this is not how this works.
No, it was like the only other time I got that was a federal magistrate in Arizona in a bail case. They were trying to revoke bail from my client. After he was no longer my client, he did actually jump bail, ran down to Mexico, put his money with the wrong people, lost his money, and got caught. But that was after he declined my continued advice. But this was, but we were able to win it. But raised for the magistrate is like, well, Judge, there's 8th Amendment limitations here, and he goes, 8th Amendment. I was like, you're kidding, right? You're a federal magistrate determining bail, and you don't understand the 8th Amendment might have some application to how you interpret the Bail Reform Act.
Definitely not that no excessive bail line. Like
that
one doesn't matter.
It was one of the most fundamental rights in the history of American law. And as a magistrate, that's half of what you do, right? You do discovery disputes and things like that. But on the criminal side, pretty much all you do is arraignments and bail. And you don't know and that's how divorced the system was able to make it, so that even a federal magistrate doesn't understand the constitutional constraints on his behavior. He has these other little rules that he thinks that he lives by and that it govern the situation. And what happens is the system is good at atrophying those rights. Like I remember in bail, I would argue everything because like originally you can't, you can't waive one constitutional right to assert another one. Right. That's why in 4th Amendment hearings and in 8th Amendment hearings, you have a right to testify and that testimony not be used against you subsequently in a criminal proceeding, because otherwise you're forced to choose between the 8th and the 5th or the 8th and the 4th.
Right.
And I would run into judges that didn't understand that. Didn't understand the proffer history, didn't understand the confrontation clause's application to the proffer provisions of a prosecution. Like when they originally did bail, they allowed you to proffer. They wrote in the proffer provisions to help defense lawyers get around the evidentiary and confrontational and the clause confrontation between the different constitutional rights at issue. It got reconstrued by the government and courts to allow the government to detain someone without presenting any evidence, because the proffer rules meant for the defendants were now being liberally applied to the benefit of the prosecution, and in the process, of course, waiving your confrontation clause rights, which it can't do. And so I would, it was actually structured originally that you could challenge the government's proffer, and the government would have to introduce actual evidence before it could be relied upon to deny someone bail. And courts didn't even know what that was when I started to rate. I mean, it was just astounding. But family court, I don't know if you've done family cases. Those are always, they attract some of the most mediocre judges, and they attract some of the nastiest lawyers known to mankind.
Oh man, I had a family case, and we had it was a non-marriage custody dispute. I was representing mom. Speaking of mom, let's bring Megan Fox in.
I'm sorry.
I didn't realize you were still streaming, so I'm like screaming. I was waiting on you, and I'm like screaming at you.
I know, but you're always late. How come I can't be late once in a while?
Well, I mean, you just made me later than I was already going to be. So now it's your fault. But then I found out you were still streaming. I was like, oh, I would have just started earlier.
Joe told me, he's like, don't hurry up and get over to his stream. Take your time. Roll in there whenever you want to. That's what Joe said. So it's his fault. We're blaming him.
No, Joe's right. He got that advice from me anyway.
How is Good Logic doing these days?
He's good.
Yeah, he's still like yelling with his slightly Jersey Jewish accent.
Has he jumped into the Israel-Palestinian dispute?
A little bit. He's been kind of holding out on talking about it. We talked about it a little bit.
Really well informed on it. His dad's like old school.
I think people can infer his overall position on the subject pretty easily. But one of the things he was saying on my show the other day was, he's like, despite all of that, he's like, I don't want American taxpayer dollars going and funding this conflict. We don't need to be sending troops and doing all this stuff. He's like, you can hold these positions of liking one side of the equation without thinking that we now need to run and plant American flags on every tank in the battle.
You don't need to go full Ben Shapiro.
Oh my God. Although, if Ben Shapiro can drive a rift between himself and Candace Owens, I would
is that nuts?
I got a theory on this.
Because I hate both of them. I would be so magnetically negatively polarized to any of them. It'd be like a pinball machine with me between the two of them.
I have a hypothesis about this, that this has nothing to actually do with Israel. That might
the Shapiro Candace Owens thing.
Yeah. Because my theory is that Candace sort of let a little out when she was going after Crowder for Daily Wire, that it was almost like she was regretting the deal that she had signed with the Daily Wire.
Exactly what I saw. I was like, you realized that other people negotiated a better deal and you took the offer they put on the table like a dummy.
And if you're at the Daily Wire and you want to get out of your contract without paying the consequence, piss Ben Shapiro off over Israel. I mean, you already constructively terminated her. Say, please resign.
Yeah.
If you're in her camp and you're like, okay, I want to get out of this contract without me being the cause of the breach. I mean, is there any better way to go at Ben Shapiro than Israel? I mean,
no.
that's like the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, in that context, I mean, Ben, God bless him, he should just be an Israeli citizen. I mean, and I'm on the Israeli side of the equation. Unlike Nick Fuentes, I don't think Hamas with nuclear weapons is a good idea. So there's a difference. But at the same time, Ben is so nuts over it, that he's never going to be rational. He's going to lose emotional. His feelings get in the way of the facts when it comes to Israel.
I think Ben's logic is a veneer anyway in general. Like it's really easy to sound cold and rational and then to assert it as an example. It's like, but you're still like a human. Like, I know you talk like a computer, but you're not. And so it's like, stop pretending. And then this thing is just blown out of the water. I don't think anybody could take him seriously when he says, facts don't care about your feelings ever again. They cannot. Because it's like, dude, Ben, like,
but especially when she sets it up, she goes on with Tucker and has that be the subtext of the Tucker conversation. It feels like a campaign to get herself fired, where she can have keep the contractual benefits and not any accountability for going to what might be a better deal somewhere else.
Yeah, that would be a good thing, because if she can set up an effective or constructive termination, or a business disparagement.
Well, remember, Tucker's talking about doing his own network thing, or combining people. Owens might fit into that little niche. So it was just, Candace always struck me as a business person as much as anything. Is the way I would put it.
And she struck me as annoying, but you know what?
Oh, yeah, in her fight, Queen Candace, they call her Queen Candace for a reason.
In her fight with the Daily Wire, though,
Sure. Yeah, I'm always happy to dunk on. It's easy to dunk on Ben Shapiro, but quite literally. But it's too easy. But I always will.
No, what if Matt Walsh is carrying him around on his shoulders, like when guys carry their girlfriends around on their shoulders so they can slap at other girls? That's how I picture Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro hanging out.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just the way they obviously I was on the Crowder side of that whole
Megan's smirk is killing me.
But it is interesting. It just seems like he took the bait. I just think something else is afoot, because it's not like she's ever really cared about this issue that greatly before now.
Yeah, just I don't know. I don't really follow them too much because I try not to want to bash my head into brick walls. So I just don't listen to Daily Wire opinions that much.
Well, the second best way to provoke Ben Shapiro: first, do Israel; second, quote the New Testament.
No. Oh my goodness.
One might say that Ben Shapiro is acting and responding emotionally.
Yeah.
No,
he often does that. He's actually not a very good.
He does? That's weird, because I was told men don't do that.
Oh, right. Yeah, exactly. I was discussing before the show with Nick. I was fascinated by the lawyers out there that believe there's some disconnect from medical malpractice and common torts like battery. Like, medical malpractice arose as a form of battery. All our informed consent law which I'm still litigating. The Nuremberg vaccine mandate case is going to go up to the Sixth Circuit and argue it in a couple of weeks. The all originates from battery. Those are the great learned hand, who helped design informed consent law. And it was, when is medical malpractice a form of battery? Because the defense was, it wasn't battery because it wasn't an unwanted touching because you consented.
Oh,
And the person said, yeah, but I didn't have informed consent, or the way in which you did it breached your own standard of care. And a lot of medical malpractice law originates from these other tort principles. It's not like they're divorced and separated. So I found that it's lawyers who get so obsessed in the legalese that they forget the policy behind the legalese.
Right. The entire thing that makes medical malpractice distinct and whatever from other torts is exactly what you said with this medical battery. Like if you're getting operated on your left ear and you consent to that touch, and they roll you over and operate on the right ear instead, that's a medical malpractice and a medical battery. You didn't consent to the touch there. You consented to it here. You don't have this generalized form of consent. The thing, though, is just establishing the basic negligence principles. You have to have a duty, and then you have to have a breach of that duty. Medical malpractice establishes duty by showing a standard of care, then showing a breach of that standard of care that subsequently leads to harm that is repairable by a court. And once you have that, you have a basic tort. The only difference is we tend to have experts or some sort of obvious breach or some sort of obviously applied duty. And that's where the expense and the complexity of medical malpractice is, because you have to get a doctor to say, this is what you have to do in this case. We all know this. We all follow this thing. And then when you get experimental cases and stuff like that, it gets really complicated because there may not be a standard of care, or the standard may not be accepted or known because it's new or, novel, et cetera, et cetera. But it's still the basic negligence principles that all other tort actions arise from.
Megan still didn't upset Kurt as much as I did with my standing rant once.
How did I miss this?
So way back when the election dispute was happening, I've been a long-standing critic of the doctrine of standing. I think it's a bogus doctrine invented by lazy judges to get out of handling decisions they should handle. Like, if you don't have a cause of action, you don't have a cause of action. That should be the basis, not some standing invented doctrine about somehow you can't access the courts because we're going to interpret the cases or controversies clause of the Constitution to involve a word that's standing that ain't in there. And doctrine didn't even exist until about a century ago. It didn't exist for the first century and a half of our history. So I went on this long rant that anybody that takes standing seriously, I don't take seriously. So Kurt was watching the show at the time, and he did a separate rant on his own show that was so funny. It was just, he was so angry at me. I shared it with a bunch of people. They're like, that is just great. That is one of the funniest rants of all time. But he ended up taking it down, and he copyright. I think he maybe tried to copyright strike somebody to try to share it. But I've experienced the Kurt rage,
and it's. I love.
Have you had it in person? It's really something in person. I got to tell you, it's.
Well, remember, he went nuts last time.
I've had it twice now.
Dating.
Yeah.
The dating.
You were
there.
there.
The dating one.
You were there, and you were sitting in the middle of the panel. I will never forget this. Robert's sitting there in the middle of the panel with a cigar, just like not saying a word.
Robert's winning and dating is not the best topic for, especially if Kurt's been drinking at all. It's going to get a little interesting.
But I would like to say, for the record, because there's a whole lot of misinformation about that stream. I was actually talking to Camelot when that all went down. I was speaking to Camelot. You can go back and watch, but I was talking to Camelot, and we were joking because he was talking about all this internet stupid dating that he does. And I was like, well, you're a handsome, good looking guy. You could go outside and just pick up anybody you wanted, right? And then everyone went crazy. And it wasn't directed at Kurt. It's never been directed at Kurt. I don't have a problem with Kurt. He has a problem with me. I don't.
Here we go. Man blaming again. All I could think of during that is Robert Barnes sitting there with his cigar going, yeah, I've litigated a few cases that originated from an AutoZone dating scene. Yep. I can think of some of those right now.
It is that whole subculture. But that actual conversation did trigger my curiosity. And because I was a little bit aware, but not super aware.
Oh, it's the most interesting topic on the planet. Like, that's my secret, dirty desire, is to just constantly consume the men versus women internet meta.
Well,
like, it's like,
people like Better Bachelor and the others started following his channel. think he lives in Tennessee now, so it's an extra bonus to him. But
Yeah, he's
just
cool.
this phenomenon of men opting out of the dating pool. And what are the long-term consequences of this? I mean, they were discussing it. Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin was discussing it on Lotus Eaters. And he was mentioning that he and some of his guests were mentioning that that historically, the reason why we went from polygamy to monogamy was because too many men were opted out or were not included in the polygamy world because you had lots of women chasing few men, or however the society created that reality, and it led to trouble. And it led to so much trouble that they're like, maybe monogamy is a better idea if we don't want revolutions every other cycle. But we're experiencing, and there's only some commentary out there because you have like you have the men, women, fresh and fit, and you have all of that kind of thing going on conversation.
I love all of them so much. I don't believe a word any of them says, but I will listen to it all.
I'll give fresh and fit credit. You just come in, get some OnlyFans models,
Seriously,
talk
I
some
find that
crap.
so boring.
OnlyFans.
Megan,
the OnlyFans, all those girls pick up.
I've watched it. I find it's the same thing.
It's the
over
yes,
and
of course,
over again.
And yet
there's
there's
the underlying psychology of knowing that they DM them right after the show.
Yeah,
right after the show, they're like, "Hey, girl, I know I just called you a 4, but guess what? 4 + 2 = 6. Let's make a 6, baby."
Yeah, exactly. They do. I mean, all of those models go on there. They take all these hits, and then they pick up. The reason why they do is they pick up new subscribers.
This is
new people paying money to hate on them.
Because all those dudes.
That's what I did tonight. I was making money on everybody, insulting me. It worked. I made a ton of money tonight.
All those dudes screaming at the women in the chat are signing up. They're signing up the next day on that OnlyFans. Like, what was her name again, though? But I hated that bitch, but.
And you have like bits of it in Japan where you've had these men that have just totally opted out. You have this phenomenon of guys that don't leave their bedrooms. For like a year. They have a whole description of it in Japan, not to deal with the rise in male suicides that's paralleled both. That whatever's happening, this cultural revolution is doing severe damage to an entire generation, and the Matt Walsh answer is not the answer. It's Matt, and I think they also live in a
universally true statement.
What's Matt Walsh's answer?
It doesn't matter what it is, Megan. It's just not the answer.
It's wrong. Whatever it is.
Because they live in a different world. Like my conservative Christian friends have not experienced this, right? Because they are part of a conservative Christian. I mean, some have, but not many. Because they're part of a conservative Christian community that still meets each other, dates each other, marries each other within that community largely. So this experience that the better bachelors of the world are talking about, the Matt Walshes of the world have never experienced. They don't even understand it.
But isn't he saying you should want to be a part of one of those communities so that you can have this experience instead of being in this other community where it's so bad for men? I'm just saying, I know for a fact, Robert, and I'm sure you too, you're married, right, Robert?
No,
you're not married. Okay.
Marriage is expensive.
If I had to, like, if something happened, God forbid, happened to Mr. Fox, I know for a fact that I could go out anywhere and like have a date in no time at all. And I wouldn't have to use the internet. Like I wouldn't, because I'm from the generation who we talk to each other. We know how to socialize.
Megan, the spirit of Kurt is possessing me right now because I'm going to have to do this. There is.
I know women are different than men. I'm not saying
they very much are. They very much are because the no truer mantra is
because women are not opting out of the dating pool. I mean, the polling data, the one that shocked me, 60% of millennial women and Zoomer women are in the dating pool, are dating someone. Only 30% of men in the same generation are dating. We've never had that disparity in America.
Way more popular.
It generally didn't hit Gen X. I mean, it hit some, but a lot of your influencers come from Gen X. But you look at the demographics, it hasn't impacted anywhere near what it. Frankly, you time it. It's social media. When social media comes on, and then what's happened to young women? Anxiety rates are 5 times higher. Self-harm rates are 5 times higher. I mean, for women in my daughter's generation, it's off the charts. The degree of it doesn't matter whether you're conservative or liberal. Well, it's been worse with liberal women. The use of prescription medications for mental health has dramatically skyrocketed. The self-reporting of levels of depression is way high, and you can time it. It's like relatively steady. It was going up a little. All of a sudden, social media comes on, and bam, it goes like that. And what it's done to the dating world is all the dating apps have recreated polygamous culture, where you have 5 to 10% of the men at the top no longer have an interest in marriage because they can date whomever they want. They can date girlfriend 1, girlfriend 2. And how do you have a situation where 60% of women within a demographic are dating and only 30% of men? A lot of those,
really
it's not
bad.
because a lot of those women are dating older men. There's a little bit of
And
that.
then have you seen these weirdos on, then what I've noticed is happening, like on Reddit or whatever, there'll be these threads about actual polyamorous relationships, and it's always the woman who wants to open. So they do settle down eventually, and like they choose someone
because the
and
guy knows that's like he's not going out and finding a second one. It was hard enough to find the
hard enough to find her. But then in 2 years, she's like, "Hey, let's open our marriage because it's the thing to do because she still wants to be with the 8s or the 9s or whatever that she was used to." This is a terrible thing, which is why maybe Matt Walsh is not that wrong on this, because if you are a part of like a more conservative Orthodox
if he was
community,
arguing conservative Christian culture offers that would be one thing, but instead it was you have to adopt our family structure. And that what he did is he attacked everybody out there that was questioning opting out of the marriage pool by saying you're being bad by not getting married. And it's like he's not recognizing the problem. And it was, I mean, and for example,
because you could still get married and end up with a woman who wants to go, wants you to, cuck yourself.
Right. Or yeah, exactly. Or, the practical, what's happened with the currency of value is that, and because this goes to the legal system as well, which is the number one complaint of a lot of these men's advocates, is that the legal system doesn't really protect men's interest in the marital relationship when in the case of divorce. That if divorce was not as easy, if divorce didn't favor women in child custody disputes, if divorce didn't tend to disproportionately shift wealth from men to women in the way it tends to work, that's starting to counterbalance a little bit. You have your Mike Cernoviches of the world who his wife did much better. His first wife did much better than him. He ended up benefiting from that divorce. But that's not the common phenomenon.
That doesn't surprise me.
Barnes, my locals chat.
All right, hey, credit to Mike.
My local chat.
I'm joking. I'm picking. I'm poking and prodding.
Robert, my locals chat is simping for you right now, like hard. The lady said, "Does Barnes have an OnlyFans account? He's sexy."
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
They like you.
It's for men though, because it's just him putting his mouth on cigars.
Yeah, exactly. the
There's somebody who would pay for that.
There's OnlyFans. I'm sure there were. There's OnlyFans dynamics. And like there's on the religious conservative side, they blame lack of commitment to marriage, essentially, is what the Matt Walsh view. And it was like, that's not what's happening. Like people like Better Bachelor committed to multiple marriages, to one and another. And it wasn't because of him that it failed. So that wasn't the problem. The source of what incentive? You have something where we're encouraging young women to chase after a small number of group of men, and they both end up embittered at the end. Most men because they're not included in the process. Most young women because they end up getting burned because they're chasing players over and over again. And so their experience that they relay is an honest and accurate experience that men are unreliable, untrustworthy, dishonest, just, abuse them for the relationship, etc., because they're chasing that small sector of men. And it's some of it's third wave feminism, but it's really when third wave feminism met social media. This unleashed, and all of social media has unleashed so many. We have a whole generation that's been exposed to God knows how much damage because we had no idea what this mass experiment
how come
was.
Robert can say this and no one freaks out? I'm trying to say the same thing on your birthday stream, that social media is and all this online stuff has
no
killed
one is listening to you.
You're right.
We're all tired of listening to women. It's not your fault.
Oh my God, it's awful. I can't say anything. Your chat's so hostile tonight too. God, it's like being here.
They're not bad. They're not mad. The chat's not hostile.
His chat is universally unique, so they're always
hostile.
I call them expressive. That's my chosen phrase.
That's because I said it like a woman.
their dour levity is mistaken for hostility often, and by me too. Like as a consummate professional consumer of my own chat, I often will miss like the troll and think that they're serious, and they're like, nah, bro, I'm just kidding. Like, and I was like, oh, well, I guess I'll call off the Mexican hitman squad or whatever. But they're way cheaper than the Ecuadorians. But no, it's a weird sort of system because I think you've said a lot that is true. I think Matt Walsh, again, I find him universally wrong for all sorts of reasons, but he is talking about insular communities and having this adherence to tradition. And Megan, yeah, maybe I'll give him a pass and even say he's kind of advocating reject modernity, embrace traditionalism, go do these things. But for someone, when you're really talking about like who MGTOW is highly appealing to, you've got someone who might have social anxiety issues, who might have justified or not body dysphoria issues, stuff like that, where they're like, you know, I don't find myself attractive. And I've talked about this a lot, where guys don't get reinforcement on those sort of purely physical characteristics, which like it or not, that's the ticket, right? That's the ticket into the conversation is, will a woman say yuck when you walk up to her at a bar in the first place? Yep. So,
or worse, accuse you of something Me Too with what
right, that's
college campuses.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
getting worse now.
And like, what's fascinating is like the French mostly don't have, they may have changed this recently, but they don't have sexual harassment laws like ours do, because they consider flirtatious conduct in any social setting totally acceptable. And the way in which we took what should have been.
I just need to move to France, and then finally, I'm not terrible anymore.
Yeah, well, we took something that should have dealt with a power disparity, right? True sexual harassment is a power disparity, not flirtatious conduct in the workplace. Those should have been separated out as two separate things, rather than creating this sort of asexualized workplace, which was a common place where people would meet and form relationships. Now you have like guys on Reddit that are terrified to say anything to a girl they may like at work because they're fearful of that there'll be legal consequences to them. Yeah. So we've created both institutions in the judiciary and the legal system, reinforced by third wave feminism, which says, you know, women can be men, so sleep with whomever you want. I mean, even though there's just biological differences to how all that's going to work, women attach, men don't. I mean, it was all these things that were anti-biological in this whole sort of woke revolution, and then reinforced by social media that's just created a really ugly, and that I don't hear anybody really, I mean, Matt Walsh's solution, everybody become a conservative Christian. Okay, I get it. That's not a realistic solution. So what are we going to do otherwise as practical solutions? And right now it's so bad that you have a fair number of men, in fact, it's growing every day, that are just saying, I'm going to opt out. I'm not going to be in the dating pool. I'm not going to deal with the abuse, the harassment, the difficulty, the rejection, the depression. It's not worth it. And
it's so sad because all of society depends on it. It depends on stable relationships and stable families. And for those of you who think like, why does she talk about this? I have children. I have 3 children who have to grow up and be in this morass, this dating morass hell. I have 2 daughters and a son. If you think
morass is the best way to be dating.
If you think that I am like, what, I'm just supposed to check out because I'm married and you know, it doesn't concern me. It does concern me, for my kids especially. It concerns me. So I'm interested in it.
Society and do not function.
We're going to crumble with strong family centered nation. We're going to crumble. We're going to not that it's not already happening. Like, watch it burn.
Well, and then you reinforce it by, you know, my view has been that stripping men of the ability to provide and protect economically, particularly within working class communities, especially in industrial America, it has devastating effects. I mean, it happened to the African-American community between 1960 and 1975. We can argue the social welfare state reinforced it, but really it began before then with taking away the key wartime factories in the core of the urban cores between 1958 and 1973. And then it accelerated with all of working class America. And I've seen it in, you know, my communities. I'll give an example, a practical example. Personal injury lawyers that I knew in Chattanooga when I first went back home to practice in Tennessee. I go back 10 years later and they've shifted to Social Security disability work because that's now more lucrative, because there's more people who are quitting on the workforce. Just saying, you know, and then not only they're usually quitting on society. So they're not just quitting on relationships, quitting on families, there are people that have resigned, and that is just a bad situation for any society. It creates this huge pool. It's kind of like what Islamic fundamentalism recruits from, right? They recruit from prisons in poor communities for a reason. They target men that have nothing else to live for, and they say, hey, it turns out Allah wants you to go bomb somebody. It's a feeding ground for trouble, and that's where and yet almost none of our political figures are even talking about it to the degree they're even aware of it.
Oh,
they have no idea.
Bags. They're not talking about anything important. They never talk about anything important. I've given up on them completely. My entire career is a lie. I've stopped writing about politics. I've stopped following politics. I hate Republicans and I hate Democrats equally. I have no fucks to give for anything that's going on in Washington, D.C. at all, period. It's weird. I don't know what to care about anymore.
I don't either, because it's an ivory tower wasteland. But I do want to say that, and that's part of Matt Walsh's problem. Honestly, it's part of a lot of people's criticisms of me with dating discussions and relationship discussions. They say, you don't know how it is. You're not out there anymore, which is very true. I met my wife in college at a time when 85% of marriages started either from a college relationship or a workplace relationship. That's where we used to do things. Title IX has made that a fucking nightmare. I can imagine doing college the exact same way. I can just imagine prison. And I wasn't even cool. Like, just, it's so, I have a naturally affectionate, flirtatious manner of talking to people. It's entirely innocent, but I like to build rapport as quickly as I can. And it's a skill I learned before I entered college, when I was trying to become less of a fucking nerd, frankly, because I was always kind of sarcastic, quick-witted or whatever, but my powers were always used to making fun of fat and no, it's the same. I was the exact same. It's like you have to learn how to talk to people. And one of the ways to get into people's, past that first barrier is to just be a little bit flattering to them. And you have to perceive how to do that. It's not always the same. So have kind of that natural sort of manner of talking. And in college, it sometimes ended up in funny places for me that were never bad. But I didn't realize that women I was definitely not into were asking me out on dates. I was like, yeah, let's go grab some dinner. And then we're at dinner and she's like, I really like you. And I was like, holy shit, I didn't realize this was that kind of dinner. I just thought we were eating Mexican food. That's why I picked Mexican food. If it was a date, I would pick a salad for you. But it was it's just, but it's
you never disappoint. You never disappoint. It's the setup. It's the setup is so long. I never see it coming, and then it does.
These days, Revenge of the Nerds would be a Title IX class.
Yes.
What not to do. That's how. 80s movies like Porky's were popular, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just
Porky's, everybody had a bigger sense of humor then. Everybody laughed more. Nobody took anything seriously back then.
Go rewatch Porky's. It is the least offensive movie I've seen in a long time. You watch Porky's and you realize it spawned like Van Wilder and American Pie, and you go, Porky's is barely even offensive at all. The famous shower scenes, 30 seconds of nudity, and the whole thing is full of jokes that are mid-tier crass. They're not even, it's nothing. And you're like, this was risque juvenile humor being built, but it was the first one. Everything that followed is so much worse. But no, it's the ivory tower talk is, I think, really important, because there are two worlds that are happening in parallel, and a lot of the MGTOW and red pill communities comment on this one world that involves a specific aspect of dating, which is the dating app sort of carousel, and it is nasty and ugly. And thank Christ, I've never had to deal with it, because I don't know how guys do. If you don't have Camelot's oh, you want to get hits on Tinder, just get a 6-pack. It's well, some people work or whatever and eat. And then
the 3 6s, 6-pack, 6 foot, 6 figures.
That's not the third.
I know they say, but that one you can't measure from a distance, right? But the rest you can see
on the premium profile. But no, it's yeah, exactly. And that's it's this this artificial criteria, and guys like really criticize women for having this criteria. It's like, but dude, if you were going to accept online applications as an employer from 15,000 people, you're going to have very strict criteria because you're going to filter out all the stuff you don't want. Like, women get to choose because women are the gatekeepers of sex, and dating culture on apps is largely hookup culture. And so that's the thing. They get to set these boundaries. It's because they're going to get 100 matches a day from men. Well, anyone they swipe right on is going to already have swiped right on them. Whereas guys, it's the opposite thing. And that's my criticism of what you said earlier, Megan, to bring this way back, was you said, well, I know I could go out and get a date. It's like, well, you could, because no woman ever leaves a bar alone if they don't want to. They just don't. And that is the quintessential difference between men and women is that there are guys who will wait at the end of the night for anyone going home and be like, I'm available. Like, they just got to sign, I'll drive you home, and it won't be respectful. Like, and that they just want, like, that girl will go, okay, and they'll be just fine with it. But that will always happen. A guy looking at the end of the night is not guaranteed to bring someone home. But
Yeah,
a woman
that's
is.
where I'm the most critical of the part, like, I forget, I think it was Megyn Kelly was arguing about Russell Brand. And I think she came out with a more balanced perspective ultimately. But her initial perspective, she was very critical of Brand for dating the 18-year-old or however old she was legally, but
16
young.
or 17, but she was above the
She
age
was
of
of
consent.
age in England.
Yep.
And my thing was, we're letting way too many women off the hook. I mean, the cultural, because you're right, women ultimately control who they hook up with. And that means we've got to have a little bit more of shaming culture back in, because unless they start making changes in their decisions, this isn't going to change. This isn't going to reverse, because they have more power to change this equation than
shame
anybody.
has got to come back. I'm a big believer in shaming, especially for this slut behavior that is just out of control. I saw something on Twitter the other day, Nick. I think you
Don't talk about my
retweeted it or
Instagram
something.
that way. Sorry, what?
I think you retweeted it. It was like a graphic of a woman's experience on Tinder and how many hookups that she had. It was like in 15 months or something. And it was like 36 casual sex hookups and no relationships, zero relations. So it like broke it all down to like how many.
That wasn't me, but I love this.
Okay, it was somebody. It was going
Nick,
around Twitter the other day. It was everywhere.
Rumble is down, by the way, Nick.
Yeah, then
I know.
it's on.
I'm seeing that. I'm going to try and bring it back. I mean, it doesn't matter because you can't hear me. I'm going to try and bring it back up. It's too bad we have 5,700 people on Rumble right now.
Oh no.
But that's we'll see if we can get it back in just a second here. I'm going to try restarting it there through StreamYard, and maybe it'll come back.
Slut shaming stuff. I never I was like, it's not just that aspect. It's the pattern of behavior of only, we're only going to date 5 to 10% of men. And it's that choice. And that choice is going to lead to bad consequences for everybody involved. And this third wave feminist idea that women could be equal to men. And it was like legal equality, original feminism of a kind, was very different than pretending that women should be more like men, that women should dominate the economic sphere, and dominate one aspect of the economic sphere, or money earning capacity rather than the money spending capacity, in terms of family support and household support. And then follow that up with the idea that women can just date around like men do. Women can just sleep around like men do. Women can be hyper selective like men can be. And it's created a culture that, Naomi Wolf's talked about it. All of them end up unhappy. They end up bitter. They're like, okay, I did everything that I was supposed to do as a third wave feminist. Why am I so angry now? That's why you get like the Hillary Clinton supporters, these 40-year-old, this caricature meme of cat ladies, but they really exist.
Well, Rush always said that feminism is the last bastion for unattractive women, and he wasn't wrong. And unfortunately, it hurt all women because a few jilted women decided that they were going to fuck it up for everybody. And it's been terrible. It's been terrible for women. It's been terrible for the family. And I do blame women. I think mostly it is women. Women are the civilizers of men. and men will do whatever women let them do. And
We are so funny, and you guys keep fucking it up. We're so hilarious.
simple.
And
It's
you're
very
like, don't do
simple.
that, you'll die. And it'd be like,
Yeah.
but they're gonna be
But I mean,
talking about it.
women will you're going to get what you allow. And if you allow this type of behavior, if you allow men to take you home and use you like a tissue and never call you again, it's just never that's going to be what you get forever. Women are supposed to, and the reason why your grandmother told you, why buy the cow when you get the milk for free is exactly, it's the truth. You're never going to restore the family until women decide that that's what they want. And once
I had an old school feminist law professor who wanted to reinvigorate Victorian laws, and like alienation of affections and things like that, which ironically these days men would be probably maybe the primary beneficiary.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, they would.
But her logic was that she was opposed to prostitution. She was for banning it and for keeping it. And her argument was entirely that unless you had a society legally that it discouraged the liberal access to women's sexuality, women's power would dramatically reduce over time. And so her version of feminism was a fascinating, articulation of a different direction it could have gone. And it's just reflected in all of this. But it's a whole subculture that, Jordan Peterson at least came back with some more. He first was very harsh, and then he came back with a more moderated perspective later on. But then it's like people that get mad at Andrew Tate, and it's like Tate's just playing, the system as it is designed.
He's gross, though. Still gross.
There's a lot of there's fair criticism of Tate. He
said you should bang a dude who's
he thinks he should bang a tranny. Well, trannies are more
the weirdest thing
better
I find
than women, I guess.
Tate, I've known Tate for a while back. We met at the CPAC 2018, hanging out with Trangenderism.
He went to CPAC. Now I really hate those fuckers.
Yeah, he and his brother were trying to pitch me on investing, getting some people to invest in, and I told him at the time.
I'm glad you didn't get picked up by Romanian authorities, Robert.
I just want to hang out with Andrew Tate.
Had some money tied up in him. The guy's a brilliant guy, very, very sharp, very, very savvy, great marketer. And I had suggested that he should talk more about his political viewpoints because I thought a lot of his insights were very good, very sharp, very on it. And he ultimately it was I thought that part of his public persona was a useful one, and he's a great debater on a wide range of topics. Now, but his lifestyle that people complain about, it's like this is what he's playing by the system's rules. These are the new system's rules. Now, the thing I found the weirdest thing was his. Maybe it's some sort of political, but becoming Islamic. I was like, I don't get where that fits into all of this. Like, okay, well, all right, Andrew. Okay, I hope that works out for you. I'm quite not getting the marketing angle there, but he is a reflection of the system that's been created. He's not created that system, and it's dealing with what that system is. That's just not meaningfully out there at the moment.
That's definitely true. I mean, he's benefiting off of a system that already exists. It's not like he created it or anything.
He's just very good at and he's old school marketer. Anybody that's familiar, the cars, the house, the look, the style, he's very good at that. I was surprised that Tucker embraced him as much as he did, but there's aspects of him that are fascinating to observe. But he's a reflection of our modern world.
Well, I mean. I love that you mentioned the old school marketing and then mentioned the projection of wealth because it's effectively Kevin Samuels.
Yeah.
And 99% of life coaches that have ever existed, like the professation of success is enough to generate a business that creates then success. And it's like, oh, I'm a life coach. Like, what did you do? Well, I've been a life coach for 20 years. Like, what are you coaching on?
Well, I mean, it's like Trump's genius. Trump's always say, if you say you're the greatest ever, enough people are going to believe you're the greatest ever, and then you actually become the greatest ever. It's that old positive thinking going back to like Norman Peale and that he grew up with in his church. His church was positive thinking. That was their heavy theological emphasis, and there is a truth to it because it's like only if you believe something crazy, like okay, I'm a reality TV star. I'm going to become president of the United States. No one's ever done that in American history. Really nowhere else in the world that you could speak of that's comparable. But I'm going to do it. And it's something about that positive thinking that actually creates its own reality that is fascinating.
I mean, that's how success ultimately works. It is it's the line from American Beauty, by the way, one of the most fantastically written movies.
All kinds of new, I mean, because Kevin Spacey plays a pervert,
Yeah, but he was
very good at it.
All of his accusers are either dead or he bought his way out of it. Leave him alone. No,
has he been acquitted and won all the cases so far?
In the UK, yeah. And then several of his accusers in the US mysteriously died of natural causes.
Remember House of Cards?
I think one was hit by a car.
He is his living character. I tell people, it's like, if you were a Tiger Woods agent, wouldn't you just line him up with orgies? I mean, the guy's a great golfer when he's involved in lots of orgies.
Yeah,
so just
he's nice and relaxed.
Yeah, he performs better. I mean, Kevin Spacey. Okay, yeah, probably not a good guy, but he is a great actor. I mean, where do you balance the lines?
And this part wasn't. I love him as an actor. I really hate all of the shit that he probably did because.
Oh yeah, I'm
not allowed to like
abusers. Remember, the father was horrendous.
Yeah, he's in Hollywood. I just assumed that. But yeah, I don't know specifics about him. I'm just like, oh, well, he's an actor.
Well,
someone put their fingers somewhere in him.
He's another example of the failed child protection services. Someone who, probably should have been protected when he was young and wasn't, and now has become an abuser himself.
Right. But this wasn't him in American Beauty. It was actually his wife who was having an affair on him that he didn't care about, because then he finally got freedom from her control, which is such a funny part of that movie. But his wife was sleeping with the real estate king, and he says, always project an image of success. And the effective end of the line was, if you do that, you'll create success for yourself. Because she's like, how do you do it? Like, how are you the real estate king of our area? And he's like, always project an image of success. And she was like following that as her mantra. And then there's that one scene where she's like basically crying it out because it's not working. But it is how it works in so many fields. I mean, people fudge their way into positions that they know they have the talent and ability to adapt to, but they don't have the experience for. And if you could just dupe some idiot who doesn't know the job into thinking you can do it, and then you can learn it and do it and excel and succeed, that's how people move up the corporate ladder. That's how the Peter Principle is defeated. Not because someone thinks they can do a job that they can't, but because the person who is going to elevate themselves know they can do the job that the other person doesn't think they can do because of some paper thing, and they overcome that objection and get in. And that's effectively that old school marketing you're talking about with Andrew Tate, with guys like Kevin Samuels. It doesn't mean that they don't have the talent. It's that they didn't have the opportunity to flex it until they did this thing. But I just want to hang around Tate because I want to surf on a Bugatti. Like, that'd be funny. I want to help. I want to do his sequel video to Broke Boys. Have you ever watched his music videos, Barnes?
No, I've not.
Well, I don't know if you can effectively comment on Andrew Tate without watching his music videos.
Well, but that's another example. It's like, I'm obviously not a fan of webcam culture and that industry, but the allegations against him, it's like, okay, this is another part of the problem. Okay, so we're going to label something as human trafficking because the girl thought she was going to date him. And that somehow is like, there's no other coercion. There's just one expectation about a relationship that didn't happen. And that means everything she did afterwards now is the same as being kidnapped in Albania and being trafficked against your will. It's like, we're not drawing lines here. This felt like an extension of the moral panic on college campuses, where regret equaled rape.
Yes.
And it's like, we shouldn't be loosening these lines, because one thing is really horrific. The other is just a flat out mistake. And shouldn't be. And some of the people that jumped on that this was definitely human trafficking, I was like, have you read the allegations? I was like,
I did. I don't know. I thought it was iffy. I mean,
what part? I mean, because it depends on what I've read and seen is women who said they thought they were going to date him. They got there, that relationship didn't happen, and then they went on to become webcam models for him. And it's like, okay,
What I read,
where's the
maybe we read something
trafficking part?
different, but what I read was they're testifying they didn't want to be there. They were there under duress and couldn't leave.
But their
And
duress is
some of them said they were being physically abused.
the
So
oh, well, I
I
don't know
don't
about the
know.
physical abuse part of the allegations,
Well,
but
that's
my
what
understanding is
the
that the
filing
duress
from
was just I thought I was going to have this relationship and I didn't.
one of the girls actually like ran away in the middle of the night and like had her parents involved, and her parents were calling the State Department there. Like there's a whole record of the parents of her calling them late at like, when she was trying to get away from him, and the parents are now dealing with the State Department and the State Department was involved. So I feel like it doesn't get to that level unless there's really something going on there that shouldn't be going on. I don't know. I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm just saying I read the filing. It didn't from Romanian authorities. It didn't sound good, but that's all right. He's innocent unless they prove him guilty, I
Well,
guess.
and the
Well, I
problem
don't know if Romania believes that.
I don't know. Yeah, do they? I don't know.
well,
Are they just going to stick him in a
the
hole
reason I'm
forever?
skeptical of that is like there's all these other women that worked for him that report exactly the opposite. So I was like, is this the one woman who was somehow abused? This was the one woman who was somehow
Right.
kidnapped.
So
I mean, why are
I-
there? It's rare you see. In fact, I know of never. They have a human trafficking allegation where most of the women that work for him completely refute and rebut every allegation.
Yeah, that is a strange thing. I think it's kind of going to be an interesting case because, who knows what will
But
come out of
my
it.
understanding is their legal theory was that they wouldn't even have to prove any of that. That if they simply came and thought they were going to get into one relationship and it didn't work out, that sufficed for coercion, duress to equal human trafficking, deception to equal human. I was like, whoa, we shouldn't be liberalizing human trafficking laws like this when there's real human trafficking going on that's not being sufficiently prosecuted, especially, by the way, in a country like Romania.
So on Tate, actually, before he really blew up, my friend Dick Masterson did an interview with Andrew Tate. Which is hilarious because Dick has this habit of interviewing people and they become famous and then he doesn't. He's like always he's always the Uber driver to a celebrity for their first gig or whatever. But no, Andrew Tate went on, and I've never listened to this interview because I didn't even know it occurred. Because again, when it occurred, Andrew Tate was not famous or prominent. But he says that in that interview, he admitted to some stuff that sounded to him extremely troublesome, that he thinks maybe is kind of being whitewashed by a lot of people now on admissions and statements he's made.
Did you see the videos of him? So the Romanian authorities have these videos from the old his old training videos or whatever that he was using. And he admits openly to using the lover boy method, and he's training other men how to do it. And he's saying what you're going to do is you're going to make them believe you love them, and you're going to make them believe this and make them believe that. And then you're going to turn them into cam girls and you're going to have them work for you. Like that doesn't sound good.
But that isn't human trafficking.
Yeah, that's not illegal.
It might be in Romania.
Well, but that's my problem is that they're liberalizing the law to mean any kind of something you can label deception, anything you can. In other words, if for some reason you engaged in this conduct and you say, well, it was this relationship way back here that led me on this path. It's like, that's not what human trafficking is supposed to be. Human trafficking is kidnapping, seizing your passport, physical threats of violence.
Well, that's what at least one or two of them said was happening. So
right. And those ones I doubt because of all of the other women. I was like, your human trafficking operations just don't have a bunch of women that come out and speak for you.
Right.
It just
not
happen.
usually. Not usually.
And my guess is that those allegations I don't think will hold up. But my problem was the legal theory that the like most of the stuff they have is just stuff that says if you trick someone into them being there at any level of deception, or then all of a sudden that's prostitution and human trafficking. And all of a sudden the person no longer has any agency. And I was like, this reminds me of the moral panic on college campuses where, well, you know what? Yes, she said yes, but you should have known that that wasn't the right time and place for that.
Oh, Barnes, can you help me? Can you help me on impaired consent? Because if I go, one of my favorite cases to talk about this with is Brock Turner, because the obvious popular answer is that Brock Turner's a monster. And the reason that Brock Turner's a monster is because he engaged in sexual activity with a woman who was blackout drunk and she can't remember anything. But Brock Turner's BAC was higher than hers, significantly higher than hers. He was similarly blackout drunk. And it's like, wait a minute. So she couldn't consent to the sexual activity, but he could. But he could, and they were both voluntarily intoxicated. There's no signs of like a spike drink or any sort of other chemical being inserted into either person to impair their decision making without their consent. And it's like, wait a minute, how is this the thing? And it is obviously an old school patriarchal perspective that women in various categories do not get to have agency, and it's the same shit with people who claim human trafficking over mere coercion. Now, mere coercion is immoral. It is immoral to groom a woman into thinking they're going to be your girlfriend, especially if you're a millionaire. Like, oh, you're gonna have the greatest life ever. I'm gonna have you just driving around in convertibles and bikinis all day. You're gonna be so sexy. Everybody's gonna love you. By the way, get on the camera and make me money. Like that's immoral. But it's not illegal, it's not trafficking, and it's not any sort of activity that we go, you need to go to prison for this. Like, no, it's just, you're an asshole.
There is some question as to whether some of the women were very, very young at the time. At least one, the filing alleges she was 15 when he started a relationship with her. But she's one of the ones who is completely on his side, and she's an adult now. So I don't know if there's anything anybody would do about that.
Well, that was because, like, with the Megyn Kelly thing with Russell Brand, I was like, is it entirely Russell Brand's fault that the girl was interested in him when she was of age? It's like,
and she was of age according to UK law, so there's no crime there.
It's like we might not like it from a certain principle, but it's like the constant effort to give no agency to the women involved is the other factor. It was like the Julian Assange cases. I was like, hold on a second. I was like, well, what's the rape allegation here? And then it's, that he didn't use a condom correctly. And it's like, hold on a second. If not using birth control is sexual assault, half of the NBA have claims there's a lot of baby mamas running around because he said, hey, don't worry, honey, I'm on the pill. And then it turns out you're going to be paying me 21% for the rest of for the next 18 years.
I'm going to disagree with you. Everyone knows the proper way to use a condom is to throw it directly in the garbage.
But it's like, how did that suddenly become rape? And it's like, and if we were to apply that equally, more women could be charged with sexual assault.
No, I agree with that. I didn't agree with that. Everyone had a hysterical hissy fit over the condom thing. I didn't agree with that at all, because there are, just like you said, tons of women who have trapped men into pregnancies.
Hey, my mom did. My mom decided she wanted
to go to jail.
My little sister, and it was my dad's birthday, and the little Laura came along, and it's like, we're gonna go back and call these things sexual assault. It's like, it's the complete diminution. It's because, like, people used to ask me, why would anybody? I had a debate first year law school on this, but why would someone make a false allegation of sexual assault? Because one of the claims in the sexual assault community was nobody lies about it. Well, when representing victims in abuse, I found, unfortunately, plenty of cases.
Oh, I've written an entire book about it. Do you know about this? I've written an entire book about it. It's called Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process, from Salome to #MeToo. And this is a book about, you can get it on Amazon. It's about all the false allegations that women have gotten away with and ruin the lives of men, from Black men in the South being accused falsely of rape to literature and examples throughout history. This is women do it all the time. Believe women is crazy. It's a crazy supposition.
It's the same reason why sexual abuse takes place. It's all about power. The people who engage in abuse, it's most often not a biological drive. It's about power. Child abuse is that driven. That most rapists are it's power that they're seeking as much as anything. And the false allegation is the same thing. The allegation is power, and so it's the same.
Hardly ever get held accountable for it. false allegations, even though there are laws on the books that say you're supposed, you can be held accountable for filing a false police report or they never do it. In fact, in this book, there's one story that happened in New York. This woman put this man in prison for over 20 years on a false allegation. She finally comes forward to say, her guilty conscience is eating at her, and she tells the police that he didn't really do it. He gets released, and I still couldn't get the file because New York, under the FOIA laws, told me she was a victim of sexual assault. And I was like, sir, she admitted she was not a victim of sexual assault, and I want the police file because, you guys, I want to know if you ever went after her for filing a false police report. One, they didn't, and two, they won't release the file even to the press, even after she admitted that it was all a lie. She is still on the books as a victim of sexual assault.
What's fascinating is it's one of the lessons I teach younger lawyers about jury selection. Is I use the example of a sexual assault case. If you are the you're defending somebody and you're defending a young man accused of assaulting a young woman, and the only thing you know about the jury is age, gender, and parental status. That's it. Who do you think you want on that jury? And the common assumption is people think, oh, you want men on the jury if you're the defendant. It's exactly just the opposite. You want young women on the jury. You want people who look just like the alleged victim, because the survival instinct, those young women will second guess every single decision she made as a self-defense mechanism. This can't happen to me because I wouldn't have done this, 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 and this. Whereas if you get a father of a daughter on the jury, your client is hung. They're done because the father can't be there. So they're going to judge him, every single thing he did, every step he made, because that's the only way they can protect their daughter in their survival instinct, sort of the reptile brain that directs large parts of a lot of human thinking and consciousness in this. And it shows how things can be completely different than people's public perceptions because of it.
It's this wild world where we have taken steps, and I think a lot of people involved have good faith on this. I really do. This good faith effort to protect people. But what we have done is we've taken our moral perspectives, our reasonable perspectives, and we've gone, this thing that we find detestable and contemptible that people do now merits the deprivation of liberty to the maximum. And that is where we have to draw the line, because people are shitty and they get to be. Like, that's the whole point of freedom and a classic liberal approach to society, is that people get to be shitty to the maximum extent of infringing on someone's rights. But you're not infringing on someone's rights just because they don't like the outcome of what happened. That's not a thing. If you buy a TV and you enter into a contract and that TV just doesn't look as good as the neighbor's TV, well, maybe you should have looked at the other brands on the wall. Maybe you could only afford a TCL instead of a Samsung or a Sony panel. Like, them's the ropes. You paid $400 versus $2,000. That's why. But you don't get to then complain that you should have been informed about the Sony or Samsung TV that would have looked better when you were at Target or Walmart. Like, it's this weird thing where we go, well, I mean, someone should have told her that when she was dating that millionaire for 1 week, and he's like, suddenly like, let's put a camera on you, and actually all the money will go to my bank account when you do that she should have said, yeah, nah, that's okay. But what's the reality? She liked the millionaire lifestyle. That Andrew Tate lifestyle that he projects is one that it may have started as a projection, but now it's obviously at least somewhat realized. And it is intoxicating and enthralling for young women to go, I'm going to be with this guy. I'm going to be on display. I'm going to get to do all this stuff. One of the funniest posts I ever read was how to have sex. That's all it said was how to have sex. And it was like, if you want to have sex, plan a trip with your boys to a port city, rent a yacht, and then change your Tinder location on your phone to the city you're going to about 3 months ahead of time, and then post on your Tinder profile, my boys and we have a yacht. We will be there on this date to this date. If you want to come, hit us up. And then watch the hot women flow in because you know what, Megan? You know what hot women like? Yachts. I don't get it, but they love them. And guys love to bring women on yachts because they can feed them all the liquor in the world and then their bikinis just fall off.
Women like boat daddies. It's true.
And these guys aren't even boat daddies. They don't have a yacht. They borrowed it from someone else for cheap. But it's real because it is a trade-off. It is this thing that you can do that someone else likes and you know it. And taking advantage of that may be, again, morally contemptible, but it is not illegal and it is entirely consensual. That's one of my problems with a lot, not all, but a lot of the Harvey Weinstein allegations where, well, he came to my room I went to his room at 3 a.m. after we had dinner because he said he wanted to meet me alone without my agent. So I went in, lol, and he came out of the shower that I waited for him to take with his robe open and his weird penis hanging out. It's like, well, yeah. Like, of course he did. Why? It's like you're going to a business meeting in Harvey Weinstein's room alone without your agent at 3 a.m. and you're a 24-year-old supermodel. How many hotel rooms have you been in? My God, you haven't paid for any of them in your entire life. You know, I know that because I've paid for every hotel room in my entire life, and not a single person has come out of a shower with their robe open and their dick hanging out. If you pay for your own hotel room, that never happens. But when someone else invites you to their hotel room at 3 a.m., it happens all the time.
All the time. Every time.
Every time. And it's like we have all these people, every case.
Feminists are always like, no, you should be able to go to a hotel room at 3 a.m. and be half naked and nothing ever happened to you. You should be able to walk down the street totally naked and men will do nothing. Like, what? Are they insane? Have they not been in the world?
No, they just want you, for the purposes of their lawsuit, to treat them as if they're fucking idiots, that they're the dumbest person in any room they've ever walked into. And it's amazing. They're like, no, I'm a strong, independent XYZ. It's like, but for the purposes of this lawsuit, I don't even know what they couldn't pass. They couldn't pass anything. They're the fucking stupidest person ever because, like, you know, this is how it works. You've consented to this several times when it was hotter guys.
Yeah. Well, and it's denial of agency. It's like, as a random bridge, it's like a lot of the Israel-Palestinian discussion. What I'm fascinated about by the sort of the people that lean more sympathies with Palestinians, they always deny agency to the It's the same victim narrative. It's like the BLM narrative, aspects of the American Indian movement narrative, not all of it, a lot of critical studies theories. And what they all have in common is that the group they're supposedly defending or representing has no agency. It's like when I've debated with people what the Palestinians want, I'm like, well, why don't you just read what they say and listen to what they say? Because they're kind of not bashful about it, right? And it's like, well, no, that doesn't count. That can't count. We have to only focus on this on the Israeli side for this reason or that reason. And they go to these great lengths to deny agency. And it goes back to Christopher Lasch, the True and Only Heaven, a lot of great books that he wrote before he's passing. He predicted a lot of this. But he said the whole victim mindset is really a form of elitism and form of a snobbery and contempt, because you're denying to the people you claim to care about, the people you want to supposedly protect, that you're denying them any agency, any autonomy. And in the process, you're really in contempt of them as human beings. It's this paternalism that down deep is controlling and about your only. I mean, I ran into domestic abuse cases. The better client I had, the client who could get out of that relationship, manage a good relationship, could really have a future, was the client who got the least attention from the entire battered women support network. They wanted the women who were never going to change, who had their own deep-seated issues, who maybe were co-abusers in the relationship, because they were needy, they were dependent, they were weak, or at least, made themselves so. They denied their own agency, and that made them in the movement feel powerful. And so the worst clients would get all the attention, and the best clients would get the least attention. And it's like a lot of social welfare system stuff, which is, I always say, it's not really about helping poor people. It's about helping that social studies major get a government paycheck in the name of helping poor people. But it denies poor people agency in the process. so that they can have sort of their own Munchausen syndrome control. I mean, it's like the Florida case, that what they were accusing the mother of is what they themselves were guilty of, that they were trying to gaslight someone into believing something so that they could have power rather than the parent.
I love this discussion, but the people in the chat are like, hey, aren't you guys going to talk about law? I'm like, well, no. Particularly one dork in the chat. He sent some chats. I guess he's kind of cool. Law and Lumber. He has 2. He says, say it loud enough for the folks in the back. Prenup. Spend the small change up front. If your partner freaks, that's an opportunity to reassess the communication in your own relationship. I think prenups should be I actually think prenup should be the only marriage contract. I do not think there should be a default government marriage contract. I don't see why this is a thing. A presumed marriage contract is silly because there is no way the majority of marriage partners engage into a contract in which they know the terms of their exit clause by just saying, oh, well, everybody knows what happens when you, terminate a marriage. No, they don't. Most of these kids are 18, 19, 20 years old. They have no fucking idea what's coming their way when they get divorced. And it's like, how can they have agreed to this contract that the termination clause will be applied to them harshly? It's like, what it was what is it? It's an adhesion contract that they don't even get to read. It's amazing. So I think all marriage contracts should require their own individual prenup.
Except prenups. So the law has to change because a prenup, I didn't know this, I learned this recently, cannot pre-decide custody. You
Correct.
still get dragged your ass through custody court, and that's where all the bad stuff happens. Ask Rob or my sister, who did family court law for a really long time, and all these cases that I've looked at, it's just it's a nightmare. That you talk about false allegations. This is where everybody there's books written about how to screw your ex-wife, and there's women using the silver
how to screw your
bullets.
ex-wife. Just call her up 2 weeks later.
You know what's interesting is that it's also another different, some of the worst judges in family court cases, if you're the man, is a male judge.
Old guy. You
Yep.
never want an old guy if you're a dude. You want a
Because
young woman judge.
That famous judge who said, well, I've seen a lot of baby ducks go off. They always follow the mama duck. So, I mean, you'll have these kind of logic kind of used. Though it's also, family law did radicalize me because there was a judge who presided over a case that my co-counsel was presiding over. The kid described horrific abuse by the father. The judge still gave joint custody. And I was like, how the heck did that happen? And he said, well, the judge has a sleeping disorder and he falls asleep through large parts of the proceedings.
Oh my God, he's Nick.
Yeah.
That's me.
Oh my God.
And I was like, how in the
Nick
world?
is a judge. Like, wait, what?
I'd be the best.
Would you ever be a judge, Nick?
Would I? No, they don't get paid enough. But other than that, yes.
Oh, they get lots of it under the table. Don't worry.
You could be a TV judge.
I'd be getting something under the table.
You could be like
oh, a TV judge. Yeah.
You can even set it up. You can set up Mercatus Court. People voluntarily agree, just like they go to
my
People's
God,
Court.
that would be so great. Oh my
I would-
God, I would pay huge money to see that.
I would do Judge Judy's job all day. God.
Oh.
Or it's like, I love Judge Joe Brown, but I found out that all the people are actors and it's like reenactments of fact sets that they have.
Yeah,
and I was
they
like, oh,
do reenactment proceedings.
That's
because
shitty.
he's funny. And I'm like, oh man, I wish he was actually shit talking these people in person.
He presided over the MLK assassination case in Memphis.
Oh,
when he was
no.
an actual
Really?
judge. Yeah. He knows lots
Mercatus
of
Court
details.
must happen. I'm with the chat. This must happen. This
So a bunch of
to
people have
happen.
said do this on YouTube, and I'm like, how do we set
Nick's
this
Court.
up?
Well, yeah,
It
but
would be
Nick's
funny.
Court. You
people
just
could appear by web. They could
and they have to
voluntarily
agree to
to
do what you say they have to do.
Yeah, like arbitration.
Yeah.
They defer to you.
I did a thing. Music says Nick's not a good enough lawyer to be a judge. Have you met Judge Judy?
She's great. I
No,
love
she
Judge
is
Judy.
so-
She's
no,
great.
She's great. Not on any legal.
But you wouldn't hire
principle
for her as a
Well,
lawyer.
No, she was right on
Never.
one thing. She was right on one thing. She said that family court judges are full of political hacks and morons. She said that
Well, that's
family
true.
court is a dumping ground for political hacks and morons, and she is right. She's absolutely right on. And she said the reason why she'd put cameras in her courtroom was because of all the shitty things she saw that were being done in family court, and she wanted the people to be to see inside of her court because she wasn't going to behave that way. And she wanted people to see how family court should run. And she was a family court judge for family court attorney, first of all, for a long time. And then she was a family court judge after that. But I mean, she was blowing the whistle before anybody else did. She was one of the first people who put a camera in a courtroom like that for the purpose of being transparent. I love Judge Judy. I think Judge Judy is
I think Judge Judy is great. I just think she's a shitty judge.
Well, I don't really watch the show. I just listen to her talk sometimes.
No, she's funny. I love when she just rips people apart. It's like, it's everything I want someone to do. I just don't I don't want a judge to do that like in a real case. But her cases are hilarious, so it's fine. It's fine.
I wonder how the judiciary thinks about it. Can you go back to Wapner in People's Court? And he was how judges want the world to see them as. A lot of these TV judges, I'm guessing a lot of judges are not as big a fan of.
Well, like Judge Miles Lane.
Yeah.
I loved Wapner. He was great.
I liked all those guys. I just again, you're not going there for their legal opinion. You're going there for their reasonable opinion. That's what it is. Like Judge Judy's like, you're an idiot. You don't deserve this. Fucking you dismissed. Get out of here.
I don't know if it's got worse or not because I've stayed out of family court as much as I can. The other disturbing thing that was emerging when I was doing a lot of that work was guardian ad litem appointments.
Oh, God.
They were becoming substitute judges. I once had a...
it's still that way. It's worse now.
I love this comment. All rise for the dishonorable Judge Ricada.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Log line of the show has been found. I'm going to rumble with it. I'm going to rumble with it.
You need to do the show. I need to see this. I need to see it at least once.
Yeah, or you could do it like one day a week. You know, people just consent to resolve their disputes, landlord-tenant disputes, employment dispute, whatever it is. Just like People's Court.
Eric Ray says Legal Eagle is going to steal the Judge Nick idea. Well, that'd be fine if you wanted the gay version.
Yeah. that guy's so dumb. I get God,
he's so terrible.
Rants on that guy.
Do them. They're great for views.
Oh yeah. I can imagine.
His people come in and just flood. I did one shitting on him. He was talking about the part like Trump's improper pardons. And I was like, you don't understand the pardon power at all. There isn't an improper pardon. It's not even a real thing. And the founders knew it. Not only did they know it, Hamilton fucking talks about it. How, we actually contemplated that. Yeah, you know what? They could pardon for treason because we wanted to put not just impeachment, but treason in there. But we thought about it and we're like, no. And some people would say, well, what if a president could allow, this is the funniest, could have people do federal crimes in support of pushing them into office, even falsely? Should they be able to pardon that? And he's like, yeah, of course they should. Of course they should be able to pardon that because the power of the pardon cannot be questioned by any other branch of government or else it's toothless and pointless. And like Legal Eagle is sitting there. He's like, well, these might be improper pardons or unethical. I'm like, fuck off, idiot. You have no idea. You're one of these weird little guys who runs around, goes like the president is some figurehead of the United States. No, the president's a goddamn king. We put a king in office and we just said in 4 years, your ass is out unless you can win again. And then later we're like, well, 8 years is too much of a king for us. And that's enough. But that's it. Their power is only limited by the powers they took from the executive and put in the legislature and the judiciary and said, there's the minor checks on the king. And everything we have done to presidents since then has all been because presidents consented to be authorized or consented to be limited in their powers with a handshake agreement. But when they flex, they almost always win. And Reagan is one of the funniest ones. I'm going to fire all your dumbass FAA people if you strike. You can't do that to us because the NLRB. It's like they showed up the next day, pink slips. You're all fucking fired. Go away. We got temps coming in. I don't care if planes crash. You guys suck. It's great. I love presidents. They're so funny. And everybody who talks about unconstitutional acts of Trump or whoever, it's like, oh, you don't even understand the Constitution.
Night court, Nick. I need you in the Pope hat and I need you to wear the hat and we need to find you a robe, maybe with like a funny collar. But you gotta do this. This is,
I'm going to talk to Rumble.
I will even volunteer. You can bring me and Kurt before you in your first stream.
my Rumble contract is actually up for renewal in January. And so I just reached out to them and I'm like, hey, we should probably talk about this, and got some positive initial feedback. And, but I have no problem because I told them I have ideas for how to expand. I'm like, you don't even have a category for law.
Right.
No one
they
does.
don't.
No
They should
one
have
does.
a court, or they don't have a category. They should, for
And I'm
trial
sitting here
coverage
going,
or court.
trial coverage is obviously wildly popular. Law and Crime has an entire network dedicated to being bad at trial coverage.
Fight
Anytime
court.
a major trial comes up,
Fight
it is
court. Call it
blown.
fight court.
Yeah. Oh, you can accept the determination of the judge, or you can fight it out in a
You can
celebrity
fight.
boxing event. That's a great outcome. This
Fight
is
court. That's
Griff-O-matic.
so funny.
Do like a Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome option.
so good. Like, yeah, well, you can accept the ruling, or we have this other option: celebrity boxing in 4 months. You guys get in a ring in the loosest athletic division county of a state we can find, probably in North Carolina. And then you guys will fight there, and we will film it, and we will rake in all the money. This will be great. I love this idea. But no, one of the things I wanted to bring to Rumble is like, because when they initially talked to me, they're like, we see so much potential in the legal commentary community. And I mentioned to them the other day, I'm like, I got all these things and I have to pick a topic for each of my streams, and I have to pick news and trending news. Where's law? Where's legal commentary? Where's political comment? Where are these things that people want? And they have to be guised in the concept of news. Sorry, news.
I know news and trending news are the only two applicable, I guess, categories, and the rest of those categories are so lame.
They're the most broad categories I've ever seen is news and trending news. Like, well, that covers a dog that barked at the right time and a fireman saved a kid from a tree. Like, that's not news that has anything to do with whether Joe Biden is senile or whatever legally. But no, I will gladly take that idea to Rumble. I think it would be fantastic. I don't think I should be the only one doing it. I'll just be the funniest one, but other people will be better at it. That'll be the main thing. Law Number, also his second chat that I'm ignoring. He says the family is the first form of government. When the concept of family is lost, what can we expect from elected politicians who lost that understanding? Family needs to re-enter the debate. Signed, family lawyer.
Yeah.
You know what, Law and Lumber? I'm very tired of these attacks on AOC and Ilhan Omar. Very frustrated with you right now, you
He's not
misogynistic
wrong.
piece of shit.
It's a very, very it's an astute thought, because it is the first form of government is the family. It's very good.
Of course it is.
And the fact that we have no respect for it, and no way to protect it anymore. Now family court just tears families apart, tears children apart. It's a terrible system.
Oh, dude. So right before you came on and rudely interrupted me, I was telling Robert about a family court case I had.
Well, that's my thing. I kind of do that.
I know. You're like, why do people not like me? Nick, why do people not like me? It's because I'm a woman. Like, no, it's because you literally interrupt every story I'm telling Megan. I only like you because the fairness doctrine makes me. I was representing the mom of a kid. I think he was 10 at the time. Mom of a 10-year-old in family court. And it was a custody battle between the mom and the dad, and they were not ever married. So they were just dating. They're long-term dating relationship. So there's no marital issues going on. It's literally just custody of the child. And we go to negotiations, and we do this drag out negotiation for 8 hours the first day, where it's a mess because there's allegations of abuse that are very credible, but no one wants to push the topic. Like we are not, and to be clear, abuse from the dad towards the mom. And we are not wanting to bring this in. We don't want criminal stuff. We don't want restraining orders. We don't want anything. Just literally, mom gets to make decisions about education. Mom has some flexibility on this stuff because dad doesn't really care. He can just make things fucking irritating. So we go in, and one of the first things I bring to the table is I'm like, well, we have to discuss child support. And we also have to discuss the 8 months of back child support that are gone because they've been separated for 8 months due to an abuse event. So he does have to pay some amount. Minnesota is very clear on child support. It's a math formula, really simple. You plug in numbers. Now you can argue over like what numbers apply or what expenses are there. But the long story short is when you get down to the brass tacks, how much income does each person make? Parenting time percentages apply. And then you literally plug it into a website. It's like an Excel spreadsheet and it calculates the answer. So I go, here's the amount. And the amount that he would have to pay monthly in child support under the statute is something like $870 a month based on their incomes. And then the back child support was $6,800. And I was like, my client doesn't even need this. Like my client does not want this. We're not trying to do it. But ongoing support, I think we offered like $450 or something as the initial offer. Like $450 and then a back child support amount of $4,500. Like, that's it. So significantly reduced from the amount. And they're like, well, let's table the child support talk till later. Okay, fine. So we go through everything else. We hammer out every fucking detail of this thing. And then we get to the child support and they go, yeah, he's not paying a dime of back child support. I was like, you realize that you're jeopardizing the entire agreement. They're like, no, we got it all down. He's not going to pay a dime of back child support. I'm like, this is Minnesota, man. You're not in Oklahoma. We're going to go to this court and I am going to win on back child support. And I told him, I looked at him, I said, you need to talk to your attorney because I'm not a good attorney. I'm just enough of an attorney to walk into court and win because the law is on my side, not yours. You have no exceptions to this. You have no reasonable reductions in your income or expenses. You have nothing. So when I go there, I will get this result. If I was a better lawyer, I'd get a better result, but I will get this result and I guarantee it. If you go talk to your lawyer and she tells you anything else, she's lying to you and you're an idiot. And she tells him right in front of me, she goes, well, it's not guaranteed that he'll get that result. I was like, you're so fucking stupid. And we just walked out in the negotiations. Well, we go into family court for our hearing and she's like, well, I understand you guys have a partial agreement. I'm like, I'm sorry, Judge. Contracts don't operate on partial agreements. She's like, what are you talking about? I was like, are you serious? Like, contract law does not contemplate that some elements of the contract can be deferred during negotiations and then ignored at the end while all other parts stand. I said, we made concessions during the pendency of this thing to get to this child support answer. And then they wanted to not play ball at the end. And she's like, well, can you cite me the law? I'm like, I don't know, all of it. All of it. This is a family law attorney or a family law judge asking me to cite the basic principle of contract law that a complete agreement does not exist until it's an actual complete agreement. And the other lawyer, who, by the way, is a 30-year veteran of family law and a walking embarrassment to Minnesota, she says, well, no, Judge, we have their signature on these principles. Therefore, they agreed to them. And I was like, you cannot tell me that we have 11 different clauses of this contract and we agreed to 9 of them, memorializing what we had accomplished the first day, knowing we were coming the second day, and those last 2 were not accomplished, and that those 9 are binding and the last 2 aren't. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. She had to go back and like open her giant tome of law to find this archaic concept that a complete contract actually has to be complete. That's how bad family law judges actually are. This is a basic principle of contract that a complete agreement is a complete agreement, and a partial agreement, absent an express provision that the partial agreements are permanent and binding, is not a complete agreement. Like, you cannot do that. You cannot bind parties to 4/5 of the issues and then say, well, you get these, but then we're going to decide these later. Never. It was wild. Family law attorneys or family law judges are embarrassing. They're terrible judges.
And the people who like family law are the nastiest person. They're soap opera lawyers who love soap operas, and they love conflict. They live off of it. Like I disproportionately, like my introduction to the men's rights community was not a good one because all the lawyers that were in that community were defending abusive men over and over and over again.
Yep.
And I think it did damage to legitimate complaints that men had about how family divorce law was resolving custody disputes, property disputes, other disputes, and also the false accusations that constantly came up as a tactic, undermine people with legit accusations. Because I was representing people with orders of protection.
Oh God. So that's the first thing they do. File an order of protection against your husband. And you just claim anything. I have a friend whose wife filed a order of protection over a text, and the text message said, "Divorce is evil and wrong, and we should not be doing this." And she got an order of protection over that one text.
Yeah,
That's insane.
And what it undermined, like when I thought, hey, I have straightforward cases. I'm part of a legal aid organization, public interest law firm, and ran into trouble because so many judges had been burned by false accusations, false allegations. And I learned how to produce the evidentiary proof because all these guys had a history independent. Like, you don't have to believe my client, believe any of his 10 exes, or believe the other 4 police reports from 3 other prior relationships. Or if you knew how to work the psychology of these guys, you could get them to react badly on the stand. Yeah, to make sure. I always figured out where the security was. It's key junctures of that moment. But because some of these guys were hardcore. You also figure out which ones are dangerous and which ones aren't. It's like there's a great book. I gave my daughter 25 red flags to date. I gave her 2 copies actually. But it's these things you wouldn't necessarily associate. So like men who talk a lot are not necessarily the most dangerous. But like if a guy's weird with cars,
I'm safe.
Yeah, exactly. Okay to say, but if they're like weird with the way they operate, like if they seem to have issues with boundaries with the car, like stopping, throwing people out of cars, things like this. If they have a weird association with fire, a couple things like this, it meant they had lack of boundaries. Those are the most dangerous. Those are the ones that kill the whole family. Those are the ones that one of them went and hung himself in front of his 5-year-old daughter.
Jesus.
Because those people because of things that they grew up with, they didn't know where their identity started and stopped, and where the other people's identity started and stopped. And that's always a problem with abusers. They're constantly, what people don't understand is how many abusers are in a state of fear. Like we put this kind of caricature on them in Hollywood and elsewhere. They're just evil men, right? Or evil women. Rather than there's a disturbed psychology underneath it. Usually they're acting from a place of fear. They actually think that the person's threatening them at the time they act out and behave. But you start to learn what their psychology is, and you could take it apart on the stand. But the other thing you figure out is, like, a lot of judges, none of that would motivate them. Like there's some that just really didn't care. You'd find whatever their pet peeve was. So like there was one judge, he hated if men played video games instead of trying to get good work. So if I had one of those cases, that's what I highlighted. I didn't highlight, I could highlight all the abuse. Judge didn't care, but I had one judge who got, shot 8 times, but he just got out of anger management. And so that was an interesting case. But the experience was not one that instilled confidence in the legal system's handling of family issues and relationship conflicts.
It's a wild thing, and yeah, there are certainly lawyers who abuse the system. They do the false reports of domestic abuse. They get protection orders. They do all that stuff.
And the ones that always file something on a Friday at 3:00 that tries to get a hearing at 4:30. I mean, just they're always doing something nasty and subversive that just makes life miserable as a lawyer.
It's really terrible. And I think the ultimate thing is there's a tendency for people to really go after lawyers in the family law system. And don't get me wrong, there's some really bad ones. The one I was talking about, the 30-year veteran, that was a woman, the female attorney, and she was god awful. Oh, the resolution of that case, because someone asked in the chat, and I answered in the chat, but let me reiterate it here. We won that hearing. The entire agreement that we had come up with was void. And then we went to trial. Now, people have said, Nick's never done a trial. I've never done a jury trial, but I've done bench trials in family law. And we won that trial embarrassingly, not because I'm a good lawyer, but literally because the law was so obviously on our side, that the other lawyer was so fucking bad in her advice to her client. And the best part was when I had him up on cross-examination, and I just asked him, how much have you paid your lawyer between our mediation and this hearing? And he had to admit that it was $15,000. And I said, Well, that was stupid, wasn't it?
Wow.
Because we won not what we asked for. Remember, we asked for, like, I think $450 a month, and we asked for $4,500 in back child support. And I think we even went down to $4,000 in back child support. We got $870 a month, the calculated amount, and we got the $6,600 in back child support. He had to pay all of it. And after the hearing, I said, I told you I was going to win. The question is, which one of us was on your side, your lawyer or me? I just wanted to finish this fucking case. You listened to an idiot, and this is what you got. And, like, again, we won on every single issue. He tried to reduce his expenses by lying. His parents watched their kid, and he tried to treat his parents as a daycare by writing his parents a check to reduce it, to add an expense to reduce his income. And get his dad on the stand and said, did you cash the check from your son to watch your grandson? He's like, no. I'm like, what'd you do with it? He's like, I tore it up. I'm like, of course you did. You're not going to accept money to watch your own grandson. That's a monstrous thing to do. He's like, no, I love my grandson. I'm like, obviously you love your grandson. Why are we even here? And then I'm like, so wait, he's treating you like a daycare? Yeah. I'm like, oh, did you get inspected by the state? What do you mean? Oh, do you have an inspection? Because if you're a daycare, you have to have licensure, and you have to have the state has to come in and look if you're an in-home daycare and make sure that your house is up to code. Not up to code to purchase or to do an improvement on because you get grandfathered in. But if you want to be a daycare or a foster care house, you have to actually get approved for current code. You have to update your house. You have to make sure all of those safety mechanisms are in place. You don't get to abide by some 20-year-old thing that you have because you consented to it. Now you've got some kid in there. No. I'm like, oh, so no state inspector came to your house? No. Are you a daycare? Do you watch any other kids? Well, no. Yeah, like, this is the easiest case ever. And I can't believe his stupid fucking attorney is going to bring these people on and humiliate them.
And he doesn't care because the attorney gets to bill for all of that. And that's what it's about. And for a lot of these guys, but you said something in the chat a while ago about how the judges are worse. I agree with you. And in fact, the judge in the Maya Kowalski dependency hearing, absolutely one of the worst fucking judges ever, Judge Hayworth. We read through the transcripts on my channel. We did a part 1 and part 2, reading through the dependency hearing. This judge never opened his ears. He never listened to what was being said to him. He gave all the benefit of the doubt to the hospital and J Hatch, and he listened not at all to Maya's attorney, her guardian ad litem, who was in agreement with her attorney, which never happens, right? The guardians ad litem are usually agents of the court, and they just go right along with CPS. He listened to the DCF attorney. He listened to J Hatch, and he was her 3 attorneys are begging him to listen. Judge, she hasn't had any. She has not recovered at all. Her mother's been separated from her for 90 days, and she hasn't recovered at all. So she's not doing well. And we need to get her back together with her family. If we don't get her back together with her family, she isn't going to recover. She's obviously not her mother. And he just refused to. It was like they weren't even speaking. And when there were objections, he didn't even rule on them, Nick. He would be like, anyway, continue.
I hate that shit so much. And we've seen that so much in the trials that at least the ones that I've covered, where we watch this thing and an objection occurs and the judge is like, the objection has now, I think their justification is the objection has drawn the attention of the jury. There's a controversy over this thing. I don't want to rule on it, but the jury now will get to make a determination that maybe it's not acceptable. It's like, no, judge. Say it's bad or say it's good.
And what's the excuse when there's no jury and you're just a couple of lawyers in front of a judge? Because there's no jury in family court. There's no jury in these court hearings. There's nobody to. You have.
That's the other thing.
To rule. Oh yeah, no jury. They just do whatever the fuck they want.
Well, judges, Megan. God, this is such a womanly position of you, and I can't believe I got you on the show for this. Judges are immune from bias, persuasion, and prejudice. So a judge can hear all evidence. There's no inadmissible evidence in front of a judge because a judge will know the inadmissibility of the evidence. they will hear it and then they will disregard it, which is why they want to
that's
hear it.
bullshit.
No.
No,
Judges
they're
are
not going to
very-
disregard shit.
Megan,
This
fuck,
dependency
how
court,
dare you?
this dependency court judge took in every single bit of hearsay.
They went to the Ben Shapiro School of Pure Logic.
It was triple hearsay. It was absolute garbage from Dr. Sally Smith. She introduced this absolute garbage that was her pure opinion. She withheld exculpatory information from him. She didn't give Maya's treating physicians any time in the record. She gave them nothing. And yet he's taking her word as gospel. It was disgusting. That J-Hatch hospital was trying to send Maya 2,000 miles away from her family, put her in a medical foster care, right up until the end, right up until Beata killed herself. That's what they were trying to do. They were trying to ship this kid, traffic her across state lines to another hospital that was probably affiliated with them. If you ask me, probably. We should look into it. And so they can continue billing for a pain disorder that she doesn't have, according to them.
It's fundamentally, they presume the child is a ward of the state rather than the parent.
Yep.
Amazing.
They ignoring the Constitution in that regard. The other thing is, this doesn't even touch on the more disturbing aspects of what's taking place in family courts to a large degree. In the Children Protective Services. They're weaponizing their power to change the cultural and religious beliefs of who can adopt kids, who can be a foster parent and not. You must accept trans ideology. You must accept these other things. You can't be part of this community or that community. Supreme Court
can't take them to church.
Exactly. The Supreme Court's had to step in repeatedly in the last few years dealing with these issues in Pennsylvania, as an example. But it doesn't even get to the deeper, darker side, which is, like, I was fascinated, portrayed in films like The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, about the European system of orphanage and juvenile care and foster care facilities. But, like, I was always intrigued that the Sandusky case somehow was made all about Penn State and not about his deep ties to a range of foster and orphanage facilities. It's like these places are one of the primary centers for real human trafficking that takes place, and a lot of it takes place in the United States of America. And it takes place with the facilitated aid, often critical to the process, of Child Protective Services and corrupt judges. You've had the judges caught in Pennsylvania and other places who are basically sending them to
kids for cash. Huge
the
scandal.
kids for cash. The whole dynamic. But it's like how is it Sandusky's tied to what is clearly a human trafficking operation, and yet that part of the Sandusky case they never looked into any aspect of that. I still remember the second mile. Because my brother we had some bad jokes about it, but you look at the dynamic of it, and that aspect has often. It goes to the whistleblower movie, the UN. It goes to what happened with Haiti, and the biggest controversy about the Clinton Foundation was about what happened to a lot of those kids, and the whistleblower who was disclosing that was what was happening in the Balkans, and it often involved UN facilities and these so-called NGOs, who end up becoming basically disguised human trafficking operations.
You heard that 83 WHO employees or whatever were caught raping African women, including young 13-year-old girls. 83 employees,
Megan,
of the WHO.
Why would you bring up a serious topic? Because I have so many jokes about what you just said, but it's so awful that I'm not going to say any of them.
Can't, because I did it because you can't. But look,
I told that Mary joke on your stream, so
that was terrible. One of the things that I was trying to say on Friday night that I didn't get to, that I really wanted to, that totally relates here. Nick, if you could share what I just shared on StreamYard. No. I wrote this while stop saying no. I wrote this.
Wow, when I say stop saying no, I go to prison.
I wrote this during the Maya Kowalski trial. This story broke in Pennsylvania. It got no national coverage, none except mine. Oh, and this is what I was trying to say, but it's a systemic problem. It is not a one-off. It is not a rare thing that a child abuse doctor falsely accuses parents of child abuse. Look at this. Over 70 families say they lost children to false Munchausen by proxy allegations and also false child abuse allegations levied by one doctor. So there's a doctor at the Lehigh Valley Health Network named Dr. Deborah Cernio Jensen. And there are 80 families or more than 70 families who came out to say This woman falsely accused us. We lost our kids. We lost our reputations. And this woman has been investigated, Nick, in 3 states. 3 states, and she is still practicing law. I mean, not law, practicing medicine. Not even that many. She's still practicing medicine. And she has been found in court. She's a child abuse doctor, just like Dr. Sally Smith, guys. She's exactly the kind of doctor that Sally Smith is that did this to Maya. And she is, and this is why during the Maya Kowalski trial, it was so interesting that Dr. Neuberger was on this, was a plaintiff's witness. This guy is like the godfather of pediatrics, right? And they're questioning him about this child abuse category. And he's like, well, it's interesting you should ask me about that because I created the category. He's like, I was there when this was happening. And I said, I didn't think that it should become a child abuse pediatrician. I said from the beginning that was a bad idea because that person was going to become just somebody who does thumbs up or thumbs down, whether it's child abuse or not. And it'll have no specialty and it won't have multidisciplinary approaches, which I thought it should have with psychology and with all kinds of other things like family dynamics. So he said he refused to be certified in it when they created it because the group who was creating the subsection of pediatrics disagreed with him. So he walked away from the whole damn thing because he was like, no, fuck no, I don't want this board certification because it's going to become a nightmare for people. And sure enough, everywhere you look where they have child abuse doctors that are specialty doctors, specialty pediatric doctors, they're doing this shit. They're taking kids from parents with no specialty in anything. They're just like, oh, you have a twisted fracture. You know, what do they call that? A twist fracture? Oh, well, for sure it's abuse. Spiral fracture. What do you fall down, you hit your head on a corner? No, your dad bashed your head on a corner. It's so subjective.
Don't talk about Fetterman that way.
It's so subjective. It is disgusting. When 70 parents, when 70 families are saying in one hospital that we've been accused falsely, there is a national crisis. It is a crisis. That's what I was trying to tell you on Friday. I was not trying to say that a jury is this jury needs to punish every hospital that's done this. I'm saying it's a wake-up call for America to go, whoa, holy shit, what's happening in hospitals with child abuse doctors and DCF colluding together. In this Lehigh Valley Hospital, they have an actual DCF office in the hospital, just like Sally Smith, because she worked for DCF. They're not actually doctors in the hospital. They're child abuse doctors that work for the state. And then they come in your room with your kid and you don't know they work for the state. If you did, you'd be like, fuck you, get out of my room. I want a lawyer. But they don't tell you that. And they coerce you and they fool you and they make you think they're an actual doctor. Robert, shouldn't that be illegal? Shouldn't they have to walk in and say, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be held against you in a court of law. That's what they should have to say.
Well, you're not detained for the purposes of the 4th or 5th or 6th Amendment. So you don't actually get those rights.
I've had a lot of fun cases like that. I mean, there are cases out there where the FBI guy has the person in a vehicle that they can't get out of, and the court said, he wasn't detained. He could have jumped out of that vehicle at some point. It's sadly a lot of that comes from right-leaning judges who have eviscerated large aspects of the 4th Amendment. It's an unfortunate aspect, but all of it reflects a broader war on the family is what it really is. What ties it all together, whether it's what's happening in relationship structures, what's happening in family court, what's happening in CPS, it's the state waging war on the family and seeking to replace it. It's what converted Christopher Lasch. I mean, Lasch went from being a Frankfurt Marxist to a populist intellectual because of his study of the family and its relationship to the state. And he said the family is an institution that is the only haven in a heartless world. And it converted him totally. And he had some of the most discerning insights of any public intellectual in the last half century. But this is about, the Hillary Clinton's everything's a village. It's about it's the state replacing the parents. It's why they wage war on parochial schools. They want states controlling education, states controlling the child, because they know if they control the child, they control the future. And its efforts, and at every level. The other problem is a repeat actor problem, which is a problem in arbitration, but it's a problem with prosecutors, with judges. Judges know if I rule in favor of the prosecutor, I'm less likely to get challenged for re-election than if I screw over a defense lawyer who's probably only going to be in front of me one time. or a defendant who's only going to be in front of me one time. Same in CPS. That judge who's presiding over that case knows if I roll in favor of CPS, I'm most likely going to get reelected. If I rule against CPS, that's where I'll get organized opposition because they're repeat actors in the system. And it's an institutional flaw in allowing these people to have this power in the first place. And it's why our Constitution was set up so that it didn't have it. The problem is you depend on those same judges enforcing that Constitution.
Well, DCF is the government, and so are the judges. This is the thing that's incestuous about all of it. The courts are the government also.
Mm-hmm.
And they necessarily and usually side with other state actors. And they also work with them very closely. You brought up guardians ad litem. I did a 29-part series on family court corruption in the guardians ad litem in St. Louis, Missouri. I had 31 judges, an entire circuit court recuse itself from a case I reported on. The entire circuit, Robert, stepped off the case. That's how incestuous and bad what was going on there. We caught the head judge, the chief judge, sending emails to the guardians ad litem promising to help them in their case again, that this woman had brought a case against them. The judge himself was promising to help them. These are coworkers. They're at the water cooler together. They go golfing together. They go to these things. They are not. This is not an unbiased situation where the judge is looking at all the facts and he's putting equal weight on both sides. He's not. He's with the state all the time. And in Missouri, it's so bad. I went to Jefferson City. I went and I walked through the Capitol. I went to every Republican's office I could find. They don't give a shit. They won't do a damn thing about it. One of them said, I think that we have the power to impeach a judge, but we've never done it before. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, you have the power to impeach. And the fact that you've never done it before, you should lose your job. You need to do it now. I've given you an entire list of 31 judges who had to recuse themselves from these cases because they're up to their necks in corruption. And you can't even figure out that, oh, well, maybe we should start an impeachment hearing. They never did it. Not even for the guy that I had his emails, Robert. He decided to retire. He retired instead. He ran away and retired. Nobody went after him. Nobody investigated him. There was nothing. How many families did that guy screw over? How many? It's all of those guardians ad litem in St. Louis, by the way. They're all still working there. And they're all colluding with psychologists that also work for the court who were diagnosing women with borderline personality disorder, charging them $30,000.
That's just a woman.
$30,000. Shut up. $30,000 for each, or 30 to 50 for the court ordered evaluation that they had to pay to be diagnosed with a thing they don't have. So they would go into another psychologist. This same psychologist diagnosed like half of St. Louis with borderline personality disorder, which is not possible. It's the same thing as these child abuse doctors and the Munchausen syndrome by proxy. My work in Missouri was shocking and outrageous. And what happened because of it? Absolutely fucking nothing. One story on the St. Louis Press, they did 1 8-minute segment on it, and then they buried it under the rug. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Well, it also reflects systemic prejudice from a professional managerial class taking over large parts of power in society. It reminds me of the play Equus, which was about replacing the priest with the psychologist, that we had a new religion in town and that they were simply trying to substitute one for another. And the new religion was the state in this form. And it's these people that think they're special because they have licenses, credentials, and not only that, by channeling power to a professional managerial class, that in turn has all of their values shaped by the educational system, creates a double level of distortion in the people that have disparate power. Not only do they not have real human experience or diverse human experience, don't have working class connections, don't do working jobs, they don't work with their hands anymore. They don't have real connection to the wide range of human experience that goes with making better decisions over time. But they're part of a class that sees themselves apart from everybody else, and they think they should govern everyone else. And they use this pseudoscience, and they use their clerical status as the licensed, credentialed people. This is why, like, people are, Oregon's not going to require the bar exam anymore. I'm against any requirement. I'm against all licenses. Period.
Me too.
You should not have licensing requirements. You should have transparent information, what your qualifications are, let people decide. I've met tons of ordinary people who would actually be great trial lawyers. Right? You don't need to go through 3 years of law school to know how to tell a story to a jury.
Right.
Anybody can research.
I feel like I could do it,
Well,
but I'm not a lawyer.
Law school doesn't teach you how to tell a story to a jury.
No, they don't teach you 90% of what goes into law.
Because the professors at law school, if they could tell a story to a jury, they wouldn't be in law school professorship. They would be in law. They'd just be practicing.
Exactly.
Because they make
it's really a culturation.
Way more money.
Education is just indoctrination and acculturation. It's never been about teaching you the manner and means. And it's like, that's why the Amish, they're obsessed with controlling and regulating and restricting the Amish. And the Amish have just done a great job of fighting back so well. But the whole reason is because they're a constant counterexample. Somebody that that doesn't adopt, doesn't use modern technology, isn't part of modern culture, doesn't be part of the public educational structure, isn't indoctrinated into big pharma and big medicine, and consequently, and they have very different lives, and they report higher levels of happiness, satisfaction, longer longevity, better overall health. And when 90% or more of Amish kids are given the chance to go out and not be Amish, 90% of them come back and choose the Amish community over the non-Amish world because they see its superiority. And that's why they're obsessed with demonizing them so frequently. They targeted Amos Miller in my case because the Amish don't believe in publicity.
That was a great case, Robert.
Yeah, he's a great guy, great farmer. Amos Miller
upsetting.
Organic Farm. Get yourself some good milk, get some good food out there. But why? It's because it's this constant counter-cultural example. And then you had, talking about abuse of family courts, I had to deal with it in the vaccine mandate cases because these lunatic judges were starting to use their power to force their kid to be vaccinated. Or you had one parent using it against another parent as a grounds of custody transferring if anybody objected to the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine, which now everybody knows isn't what it was sold as. But we shouldn't let professional managerial class people have a monopoly on power and do everything possible to diversify and disperse power as much in the individual as possible.
This is a real problem in America. This is what I was saying, is that there is a systemic institutional problem where the people who are set above us, right? They're set above us and given this pseudo power over us as if they know more things. They know better than we do about our own children, about our kids' education, about all of these things. Look at Wauwatosa School Board. They know better than the parents who came to tell them. We don't want pornographic material in our kids' second graders, curriculum. We don't. This stuff was so graphic they couldn't show it on the news, and yet you've got this tone deaf, self-important, puffed up school board full of 6 idiot people who just cannot. They cannot
the most
understand.
Important people, Megan.
The most important. They've all got their special parking spaces, as my dad would say. They're special kind of assholes. This is what it's about. They're about lording this power over others. This is not America. This is not that, which is why we had to sue Wauwatosa. We had to. There was no other option. For when they pull that shit on you, if you have the ability to sue them, you do. You have to take them to court. Otherwise, they'll never change. How did you like that segue, Ricada?
Yeah. It was good. I want to but you do the segue and I'm going to ruin it because,
don't ruin it. The chat wants us to get to it.
I got to go back. I got
so upset I broke out in hives.
I got to go back to one thing and then I want to go to your school board thing because you guys both touched on it. But you brought up this issue of sort of the incestuous nature of these judges with what end up being the state attorneys. And it's not just family court, it is criminal court. And it is one of the most frustrating things as a private defense attorney is that when you go in front of Barnes, we were talking about this earlier, like you do bail hearings or whatever, that's a huge part of it. When you are a private attorney and you're not a public defender who's in there every day, you take private clients. When you walk in there and that attorney is laughing it up and yucking it up with the judge who they work with.
I hate that.
they work with for 6 to 8 hours a day.
God, I hate
doing
that.
these cattle call hearings, and they're there the whole time, every single time. They're bringing every case before the judge. And not only that, but their offices in our county, the judge's office is here and right down the hall is the prosecutor's office.
Yep.
And you know that their break room's in the same damn spot. And they're going to go and they're going to microwave their fucking lean cuisine together. And they're going to sit there and eat it. And they're going to talk about all the cases they have today. And you're not in the club. And there's no way to get in the club unless you work for the fucking government. You don't, because you're a private attorney. It is one of the most nasty and subtly incestuous institutions that exist. And we all just pretend that they're not coworkers. But imagine you work at any corporate enterprise at all. Any corporate enterprise. And you've got your friends that you go to, like when someone calls and they go, oh, I've got this problem, we need you to solve it. And you're like, well, let me get my other friend who knows the information. You call that person every single time. And then some guy from some other firm calls you up and is like, by the way, one of my clients has an issue with you guys. And I'm going to need you to answer this. Who are you going to listen to? You're going to listen to that guy? You're going to listen to the guy who calls you every day. And it's crazy because we're supposed to pretend that this doesn't exist.
And it's hideous. I've watched it personally. I was in court with the Cynthia Absug case in Colorado, and I sat there. I was there early and I would stay late. I was there like from the very beginning to see what the lawyers were doing ahead of time. And they would, it was exactly like that. The prosecutor and even actually the public defender, they were buddy.
Yep.
They were talking about their Peloton rides and they were cracking jokes with the judge. I was horrified by what went on. And then they would pretend to be enemies for a little while, which really they weren't at all. And it was so bad. The defense attorney never put in her evidence and deferred to the prosecution all the time. And you could tell as soon as court was over, it was a little club. It was this is a water cooler moment. These are the people we work with and we just love. And I am sickened by it. I'm sickened by it. And it makes me think that there is no justice in play, which is why I enjoyed Judge Carroll quite a bit in the Maya Kowalski case. He was one of the most fair judges I've seen who would rule both ways, for and against both sides, and was calling it as evenly as he could. I've never really seen that before. I couldn't tell that he was favoring anybody. He seemed to be kind of favoring the defense at first, but then it would go back and forth and back. It was just a really good case to watch a judge who just didn't seem to be affected by that.
Well, there you have two private counsel.
Yeah.
You have two independent private counsel. You don't have a government worker. I mean, you'll have government workers come into the case, of course, in that type of incident where you've got CPS concerns and you've got stuff like that.
But not in that case, because Judge Carroll would not have dealt with those CPS or DCF workers because he's a civil court judge. So actually, when they walked in, they were unprepared for how they were going to get treated in that courtroom. It was actually amazing. You should watch Sally Smith on the stand because she looks like she cannot believe that the judge is ruling the objections and that she's being objected to, and shit she wants to say she can't say. She can't believe it. You can almost see it on her face, like, what the hell? Every time I go to court, in my court, they listen to everything I say, and here's a real judge that she has to face for the very first time who isn't having her shit. It was great to watch the DCF workers there.
I won't watch Sally Smith on the stand because I don't subscribe to her OnlyFans.
Oh God, you wouldn't want to. You should see her. Holy shit,
no,
Nick.
I don't want to see.
Oh God.
Okay, wait. What does she look like?
Oh, it's bad. You got to Google Dr. Sally Smith. Google her.
Doctor.
You got to see her. She's she looks exactly like you would think she would. She looks like Miss Trunchbull.
Oh God.
I don't know. Maybe that OnlyFans. No.
Maybe of a dry gulch fetish. I don't know. Well, that was rude. Okay. Here's what I need to do. I need to go to the bathroom, and then I want to talk about your Wauwatosa case. People are asking if I'm going to do the Rumble flip tonight. I'm not. I was going to, but we're already 2 hours in, and I've shit the bed on that one. We'll do the Rumble stuff the rest of the week. It's fine. That'll be okay. We'll just keep this on YouTube and Rumble because I think this is. Actually, I found every single portion of our discussion today so great, like from the culture stuff to the law stuff. I like talking to people who aren't idiots. It's amazing. And well, I mean, present company, just me excluded, but you guys are awesome. And so I want to do that. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. We'll come back. We'll hit the Wauwatosa stuff. We'll do super chats and we'll wrap up right around the 3-hour mark. And it'll be great. If you guys need to go beforehand, of course, you're welcome to, but at least stay until I get back from the bathroom. I'll be back in just a second. But talk about whatever you want. Like talk about, I don't know, basketball or something. Do black people still play that?
Nothing about basketball. He's so retarded.
Or you could talk about Israel and infidels.
Oh,
you could talk about Israel and infidels. Robert Barnes, I heard you. I heard you say, oh, we would not like Hamas to have nuclear weapons. This is wrong. Look, we will have nuclear weapons. We will just store them in kindergartens.
No one can
Best
stop him.
place for nuclear weapons is right next to children.
Just go to the bathroom already.
In case you're thinking of retaliating. Okay, I go to bedroom.
Oh man. So what are you up to, Robert? Do you have any interesting cases going on right now?
Oh yeah, a bunch. Yeah. There doesn't. There's no end to that. I mean, I think like people often ask, why aren't there more conscientious judges, prosecutors, welfare officials, lawyers, etc., doctors? And it's because part of it's what produces those people. We have a professional managerial class that's acculturated in a certain set of values that's contra to what I think constitutional government and respect for ordinary people and individual liberties would provide. But the other thing is all the incentives are on the other side. So, for example, let's say you want to be an independent, conscientious lawyer, challenge the system. So the example I gave that, early on defined where I decided to practice was that the case where the judge fell asleep and gave, joint custody to a kid who had described, horrific conditions. And so I asked the lawyer who was of counsel with me. He was he was the lawyer that established this public interest firm. He'd been around a long time. And I was like, we got to do something about this. I was like, because he said the judge is making these mistakes in many cases, and the legal community all knew about it, and nobody was doing anything about it. And I was like, you can't have someone be a judge who's falling asleep in trials that he's the decision maker in.
Were you able to appeal that at all?
Theoretically, you could, but the issue was this. He said, look, he goes, whatever lawyer raises that is going to be hated in the entire legal community and hated by every other judge, because you're going to be the lawyer that outed the judge. And then
but he's not able to do his job. It's like saying, when someone's too sick to do their job. I mean, it's affecting other people's lives.
Exactly. It should be, to me, it was axiomatic. But as he explained it, he said, look, the bottom line is if you want to continue to practice in this community and you don't want your clients punished for your activity, then you can't say anything about it. You have to.
Who is this judge? Tell me. I want to write about this judge.
It was Judge Samuel Payne, who I think
is he done now? Is he retired now? Or
I think
something?
He's deceased, actually.
Oh, he died.
But there was another judge. I was actually going to run it. I was saving up money he had he'd done some terrible things that I knew about, and I was saving money to spend money to get someone to run against him. And then unfortunately he retired before I got the chance to really go after him. But it's politically that's what happens. And so your true outsider the rare judges that get impeached, they're the populist judges because they offend the system.
Yeah.
And then the system has no problem using all of its available remedies. The judge who loses re-election, the congressman, Madison Cawthorn, exposes serious issues of what's happening in D.C. All of a sudden, he loses in a primary. His district gets redrawn. And what happens to them afterwards, right? So, as an example with Congress, the congressman who betrays his community, like that Illinois congressman did, running as a Tea Party conservative and then became sort of
Kinzinger. I was there at the launch of his campaign. I was living in Chicago then. Yeah, and I was there. I was at the Tea Party that he used the Tea Party to get elected. I was at his launch, and I thought, did he play a good game? What a disappointment he became.
But look at it from his perspective. Now that he retires, he's got a deal for a media deal. He's got a book publishing deal. He's got a think tank deal. He's going to have a university deal. He's going to have a lobbying deal. So whereas Madison Cawthorn, he can't get a job anywhere. So the system creates these institutionalized incentives. So dissident lawyers are the ones that get challenged. As Jerry Spence once put, the gentlemen of the bar only care about the gentlemen of the bar and the top hat crowd. And the lawyers who get targeted for disciplinary action, the lawyers who get targeted for suits, the lawyers who get targeted by judges, the lawyers who get targeted by the government, those are the ones doing their job. Those are the ones that are disproportionate.
Tolu, the one that the 31 judges recused themselves off of her case, she's an attorney. They've come after her license now 3 times. She has 3. Now, she's never done anything to anybody. But the lawyers that she sued, because she sued lawyers, they were responsible for putting children with abusers, sexual abusers. They were responsible for withholding exculpatory information. They had complaints with the ethics board like a mile high. You know what they did with them? They never even investigated them. They threw them right in the garbage. And Avita, on the other hand, has 3 professional complaints against her, which they are going after. And there's no one to defend her. These are it's so horrible. It's so corrupt. She left the state. I believe she left the state because she started to fear for her life. And she's not wrong, because St. Louis is a very bizarre place.
Oh yes. I have a case currently pending in St. Louis.
So
it's the nature of the animal. And well, but like my reaction to that was the moment I decided I was never going to practice in one particular community. That I was going to take the Swiss mercenary model.
That's a great idea.
Be able to come in, parachute in, say whatever I needed to say, do whatever I needed to do, not worry about blowback from the local legal community, judges, prosecutors, other lawyers, anybody else, and then come out. And I was going to practice nationally effectively because I could appear pro hoc, licensed in multiple states and licensed in a bunch of federal courts.
You're such a boss. I love what you do.
But it's the only effective model that I have, was able to use. Because otherwise I've known other dissident lawyers that they all get targeted. And if they stay in the local community, it's very hard for them to sustain a living. And you better live a perfect life. If you don't live a perfect life, you're under microscopic inquiry. I think the greatest, the biggest mistake the system has done is using what they've always done against outsiders and dissidents and what I call populist thinkers in law and judge, people who stand up for individual rights, constitutional rights, ordinary people, everyday people against corruption in the system, was using all of their tools against Trump. That's where they're educating in mass, fast, a whole bunch of people who are completely in the dark about this. Like your ordinary, everyday conservative Republican, believed in law and order, believed in the judicial system, believed in integrity, assumed the people in authority were mostly good people, well-meaning, well-intended. And all of a sudden they're realizing, whoa, if they can do this to President Trump, then who else have they been doing this to? Who else are they doing this to? What does this say about our system? How could it atrophy so fast that he's facing bogus civil charges, bogus criminal charges, bogus attempts to exclude me, the voter, from being able to vote for him? It's the multiple bogus impeachments brought against him. So the mistake of the system is they become so insular, so isolated, that they didn't understand that they were getting away with it because they were targeting minority dissident communities and constituencies and individuals that weren't getting a lot of public limelight. When you do it to Donald Trump, the whole world understands it. The whole world witnesses it, and the whole world gets to experience it. And it's exposing the deep, deep, deep flaws in our in the corruption that is embedded within our institutions at a level that goes from the top down and the bottom up.
That's why I thought that the Kowalski trial and the outcome was so wonderful, because there's corruption in places that you don't expect. But talk to anybody who's been a victim of medical negligence, and there are many who will never see a dime for it. They won't be able to sue. They can't. They don't have $100,000 sitting around to hire an attorney, and then another $200,000 when they drag it out for 5 years. They don't. People don't have that kind of capital, right? You can't. How do you? So it turns out that like Greg Anderson, I guess, like downsized his house to help the Kowalski family. Like this is a lawyer who went all in for them. And it just, when I hear people saying, well, but some of these institutions do good things, not enough. Not the bad things outweigh the good. Unfortunately, there's the scariest words in the English language. I'm here from the government. I'm here to help you. It's no. And when we have big corporations like these big hospitals colluding with the government, taking federal funds from the government, and they're like this with the government, they become a pseudo government entity. Scary.
Well, that was the other thing that got exposed. I was thrilled to see it. Large parts of the medical profession and the hospitals and medical institutions was during COVID, because there was a lot of people who had that all of a sudden got a wake up call to would for 30 grand would they risk the life of somebody? Yeah, without blinking an eye. That that's a fact. They were taking bonuses the more people that they could identify with COVID. It led them to put people that didn't have COVID next to people who did. It led to them using remdesivir and ventilation when they knew early on neither one worked, and often had negative counter effects. You have the recent case, the suit that came out, where they specifically said, "Don't put our father on remdesivir," and they did anyway, and he died. And they're so accustomed to getting away with it, and so because they mostly been able to, I said, the genius of our system is that it mostly abuses only 5 to 10% of the people at a time. And so most of the country is unaware of it. Only certain communities that are. What's fascinating is if you go into sort of working class white subculture in Appalachia and some other places, or parts of, say, African-American subculture, you'll find willingness to question authority in places that don't, because they've had narratives told them over time of the abuse of the people in positions of authority. But the ordinary person had not, on average, experienced that. Between COVID and what happened to Trump, they're experiencing it in mass. But it's definitely their ability to prosecute that case, their ability to get it all the way to a jury, their ability to get in the court of public opinion about the case is the only way in which you're going to encourage and incentivize any of these institutions to second guess what they're doing. And it's no coincidence that it's the jury that's second guessing and challenging and questioning and limiting them, because it's the most. Jury system has all kinds of weaknesses and frailties to it, but it's only as weak and frail as our community is. It's a lot. I'll take a jury over a judge any day of the week and twice on Sunday on almost any case imaginable.
Yeah, you hear that, Fat Clark Kent? We'll take those 6 people at the bus stop. We'll take them any day over
absolutely.
The institution.
If you have any experience with how the people make decisions, most judges do not have a diverse legal experience. Most of them do not have a diverse life experience. Most of them disproportionately come from big corporate or the government. Most of them have spent and how do they become judges? Actually, a 7th Circuit Federal Appeals Court judge wrote this bluntly years ago. Said, look, the people who question the system are never going to get appointed to the bench. It's the people that have been docile, it's the people that have been subordinate, it's the people that have been submissive, it's been people that have indoctrinated and intoxicated themselves on the statist ideology that are going to get promoted. The people that have protected power, the people that have protected corruption, those are the only people that are going to likely get elected, or likely get appointed. Right. And then it gets worse, because who really wants to be a judge? Sadly, disproportionately, it's the person who loves power, not a person who wants to do good.
Those are the same people who get elected to Congress. Those are the same people who run for office, because none of us want to do it, because it's, oh my God, I can't even imagine anything worse. It's the people who want power over others that end up in those positions, and then we end up here. I don't even know if it's fixable anymore, Robert. It's so systemic.
I have been listening for a while, and I did hear someone say parachute in, and I think maybe I have relevant commentary. Recently demonstrable, very good at parachuting in to places I don't belong. Allahu Akbar. Here I come back from the bathroom, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm checking into a fucking suicide center right now, because it's the most depressing discussion I've ever heard. Can we go back to Robert sucking on cigars?
My locals chat would appreciate that. They have not stopped talking about him since. They're literally like, I would be Polly for him. My chat is going crazy right now. They're like, I would watch shirtless Barnes suck on cigars all day long. This is literally what they're saying.
I'd be poly and gay to hang out with Barnes at the Monte Cristo in Vegas forever. That was one of the. Dude,
that's a cool place.
We hung out there. It was you, me, and Lady Rackets, and you're like, oh yeah, you just go buy a cigar over there. It's like, oh, okay, that's cool. And then it's like, oh yeah, you can get a steak from the place right down there. They just bring it to your table here. I'm like, wait, they have whiskey. You can smoke cigars, and they'll bring you steak that they're too busy to make. They just make someone else make it and just bring it to your table. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it's amazing.
And the nice thing about Vegas is there are no PC standards for waitresses in Vegas. It's more old school the way Vegas.
That old school marketing that we talked about.
I mean, I realized I had the same taste as Steve Wynn because I was like, he hired like all brunettes. I was like, he must have a thing for brunettes. Turned out he had too many things for brunettes, but that's another story.
They were all men. No, I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you might not know this. This is how great Minnesota is. Like you're talking about how Vegas, there's no PC rules. No, it's 100% the same here in Minnesota. In fact, the St. Cloud, Minnesota Hooters, which is about 48 minutes north of me before it closed down, was the test case where a male successfully sued to be a Hooters waitress on equal grounds. That was, and right funny. After that location closed forever. But yeah, some fucking dude goes into Hooters and is like, you know what I want to do? I want to wear the shortest orange shorts possible. Now I can sympathize with that. Always wear short shorts. But he's like, not only that, but I wear the tightest white tank top ever. And I want to have guys ogle me. And they're like, there's a problem with that third one, buddy.
Oh boy.
You need to have consent from them to ogle you. And they're not gonna. And you know why? Because they're here to see some chick named Amber, not Eric. Like they don't want to ever see Eric show up with the hot wings that they never wanted to eat in the first place. They're bad wings, Robert. They're bad. Why do they get a reputation for having good wings? They're the worst wings I've ever had.
Well, yeah, it depends on what you're interested. It's like, what was that? Wisconsin. There's some place up in Midwest that's popular for barbecue. And I first went to Madison. And I was like, this is some of the worst barbecue I've ever eaten in my life. I was like, but then I realized, okay, you have no authentic barbecue up there. And so people thought it was good barbecue because it hadn't been introduced to real barbecue.
In Madison, Wisconsin, there's a barbecue place that was famous.
It's a chain. It's one of those chains. There's even one in
like
Vegas.
Dickey's barbecue.
We have Dinosaur here in New York. Dinosaur barbecue.
Oh, Dinosaur is not bad. I've been to one in Rochester.
Good.
In Rochester, it's good.
It's good.
Yeah. Yeah, my brother lives in Rochester. He teaches.
Does he? Well, I'm close to there. I'm not far from Rochester. If you're ever in town visiting your brother, call me.
No, why would anyone I used to ask my brother this. Now his wife lives there and everything, but I was like, who would voluntarily live in Buffalo, New York, or Rochester, New York? I mean,
well, I don't.
The weather
always
sucks. I mean,
oh God, are you kidding? The winter is great here. It's beautiful. I'm from Chicago, so the winter is terrible.
Oh, that's true. Chicago has that reverse wind effect. The summer's worse, the winter's worse.
Yeah, Chicago's bad, and the winter is bad in Chicago because it doesn't snow enough to be pretty all the time. Like it snows and then it freezes and then it gets gray with all the soot. Where I live, I'm in New York, rural New York. When it snows and it just keeps piling on, it stays white and beautiful all the time.
Now, there is that. My brother and I would go ice fishing up in sort of the northeastern part of New York.
When you go ice fishing, please describe to me your ice fishing day.
Oh, it's the real deal. My brother's hardcore. He's been
hardcore. Out there like
thing, like
it's a tent. This is a tent. You're sitting under like
a tent.
The tent that the heater thing doesn't work because I kept thinking that this thing's gonna melt through. But my brother didn't care. He was just like he was out there with the winds blowing and everything else, and he's trying to get this thing and trying to get one thing. We caught a couple of fish, but it's I mean
I've never caught fish ice fishing.
We have my real ice fishing for me is the grumpy old men. So our first ice fishing was Madison. We had a whole built little house, little mini house.
Yeah.
That had heat inside. We like a TV inside. We could smoke cigars while we were fishing. And I was like, this is awesome.
It's the only fishing I like.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, there was an unusually warm winter during that Madison. So we left the house when everything was frozen when we left. Yeah, a couple of weeks later, that thing was gone. It was underneath, and then they bill you a ridiculous sum of money because it's like it's my fault that the heat wave came in Madison in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, my buddy, I've been ice fishing a couple times, and one time my friends are like, my friend, this is how you know like your friends from your buddies. My friends are like, let's go ice fishing. I'm like, oh, that sounds cool. We go out there. I'm like, it's just ice. And they're like, well, there's this 2x4 that you can stand on so your feet don't get cold. I'm like, what the hell is this? And you sit there and there's like a hole someone else dug. And you're sitting there with like a fishing rod.
You get like 6 jackets on, and
Yeah.
just. But my brother doesn't care because he's just like, it's the fish,
awful.
it's the natural environment, it's the experience, it's the rest.
Oh my God, who likes nature? Why would you do?
Well, that's what I always say. I said, if God wanted us to tent outdoors, He would have invented indoors.
Exactly. It's like, well, you have this, or I make caves, and if you want to emulate caves, just use wood and build something that's like a cave but better.
Exactly. But there is something to the outdoor to do it occasionally, and it's fun to do it with my brother. But the best version is the grumpy old men version.
Oh yeah, my friend, he had the trailer. Like you drive it out on the lake.
Yep.
And I drove my car out on the lake. He's like, just drive out and meet me. I'm like, which trailer's mine? He's like, you'll know. And I go out there, and it's the one with all the illegal extra fishing traps set up. He's like, I need you here because there's a limit in Minnesota. You can only have like 3 or 6 like bell setups where the fishing rod has a bell thing.
Yep.
When a fish grabs onto it, it'll ring a bell, and then you go grab it. So you don't have to actually be there. He says, like, with you here, I can have double the amount. So get here as fast as possible because I've got like 4 times the amount right now. Like, okay. So I go out there and I find the one with just all these holes all around the thing. And I park my car and I go inside. He's like, this is great. He had augured holes inside with more illegal fishing traps. And then he had a half augured hole. It didn't go down into the water. And he just had bottles of whiskey sitting in it. Because that was the natural freezer. And exactly. I'm like, I love you and love this idea. On TV, our classic Looney Tunes, we're watching Bugs Bunny doing racist jokes about Nazis and Japanese. And then he's got this crock pot full of this chili cheese dip and more chips than I've ever seen in my life. And he's like, here's a couch. And I'm like, wait, where's the fishing occur? He's like, the fishing is happening all the time. We're just going to sit here and watch TV, eat chips, and drink whiskey. And I was like, I'm glad.
Now that sounds like some ice fishing I could get into.
Oh, it's the best, Megan. And the best part is this lake is like a quarter mile from my house, like this, the where the public access was. So I could drive home because that's a lot of liquor.
Yep.
Just kidding. I didn't drink anything, but it's like you drive out. It's like you're on the lake. Who you're going to hit? And then you just get to the road and you go right to your driveway. And I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. This is why men do this. And you know what was the best, Megan? You know what was the best part of the whole thing? Can you guess? I've described you.
The racist Bugs Bunny. I don't know.
No, naturally refrigerated whiskey. You've got racist Bugs Bunny. You've got chili cheese dip. It's 85 degrees in the thing. And the best part is I didn't see a single woman.
I should have seen that coming.
No one to say, how long are you guys going to be out here? I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you mean you don't know?
Worse.
Isn't there a schedule? No, it's winter. There is no schedule. The sun goes down on its own time. I don't even know what time it is. I pretty much live in Alaska. It's like, well, and my wife texts me, when are you coming back? I'm like, I don't know. It's not even my choice.
Never.
It's not even my choice. I'm at the mercy of Justin. This is my guy. Like, it's his place. He's got Pokemon plushies in here. I don't even know what to do. And she's like, well, what am I going to do? I'm like, I don't know. I'm stuck here. This is kind of like North Korea. It's really cold outside and stuff. And I haven't even seen a fish. I don't even know what fish are. Like, I've never met a fish out in this ice. It's like, did you hear I had to drive on the ice? It was really slippery. I was scared. And like it cracked when I got out of my car. And she's like, oh, well, come back safe. I'm like, I will. I'll try. I stayed there for like 9 hours. This is heaven. It was amazing, Megan.
Yeah, well, Megan, you could probably at least rent one ice shanty for at least a day with the Wauwatosa School Board money.
So let's That's
you
a
could send them
great
postcards.
One
That's a-
day, maybe half a day, Robert. It wasn't that much.
Look, that's a better transition than Blair White. So let's talk about Wauwatosa. Do I get to make trans jokes again about Blair White? I don't even know.
So.
You know, I was like, because people would always post the pictures of Blair White. I'm like, that's still kind of a dude, but you know, they're working hard. And then I saw a picture of Blair White's back, and I was like, oh my God, that thing can do way more pull-ups than me. I'm not attracted to that at all. Not for a chance. Okay, so let's talk Wauwatosa though. So
Blair's super nice though.
Blair's great. I just don't want to have sex with it. That's what I'm saying. Like the back is enough because I look at that back and I go, that's what I want to have.
Blair is very sweet.
Megan, you have not refuted a single point I made. Can you talk to me about Wauwatosa before I accidentally insult Blair White, who I have no intention of insulting?
We can. We absolutely can. I've been waiting for you to get to it all night. I did send
That's
you
what my wife says.
Article. I did send you the article that I wrote today.
Where did you send it to me?
In the private chat way at the
Oh my God, I have to go back to that thing. Here we go.
The,
oh yeah, I got it. Wait, you wrote this article?
Yes.
Well, it seems biased.
Who else is going to write it? I'm the one that knows.
This isn't objective at all. Couldn't you find someone?
Do you want
Kurt Schlichter to write an article about it, or maybe
Kurt Schlichter? No, because then I wouldn't have this hilarious picture.
I almost said what I was going to say about Kurt Schlichter. So
don't say bad things about Kurt Schlichter.
I don't want to say bad things about him. He seems like a nice guy.
He's a nice person.
I just think the complaint he wrote in the Sidney Watson case is garbage.
All right, we don't have to go into that now, do we? We're talking about Wauwatosa.
My channel's a drama channel, Megan.
We're not doing that. We're not.
When I tried to get away from drama, I invite you on. So now I've got to have a fight with Kurt Schlichter.
Oh God.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Even though
down.
Sydney has blacklisted me because of my very, very neutral opinions on her case.
All right. So if you want to know what started this whole thing, you should play this little video that's linked in my Twitter right here.
This thing right here?
Yeah.
You have to play this video.
Yes.
How long is this? Is this 8 minutes?
No, it's a couple. It's
joking.
A minute.
To grade 2, the vagina has great elasticity.
Megan,
what?
Why?
This is second grade material. It's for second graders.
You make me play a video.
You should have gone to Rumble.
The vagina has great elasticity. That's the first thing that comes out of your mouth.
Educational.
This is like my local's private show. Oh my God.
No, this is second grade education, according to the Wauwatosa School Board. This is what started the whole thing. This is what parents were protesting.
No, I'm not a...
Make it bigger, though. They're going to want to see the graphics. Make it bigger.
Megan, I'm not a botanist. I'm not a botanist, but I have heard that the anus will stretch wider than a vagina. It's talking about great elasticity, but...
I don't think that's true.
Oh, Megan.
I don't think that's true. I don't know.
Chat, would anyone in chat like to educate Megan on the subject?
You can't put a baby through your anus.
You can put a raccoon in there.
Have you seen the size of a baby's head? Because I've had 3 of them come out down there, and it ain't fun. But there's no way that that's going out the other side.
Chat?
No.
Chat?
Well, at least not unless you're Richard Gere.
Thought Heretic says Nick is correct. I think if you just go ahead and ask Chat GPT what gets wider, anus or vagina, I think you're gonna be surprised, Megan.
No way. I'm not asking that. I don't want to know. Can we move on?
Well, we can. It just depends on the elasticity of the...
And can adjust to the size of a penis. That's taught. This is grade 2, lesson 1, page 4. All right.
Not a lesson for Asians.
This is all stuff. Then in 7th grade, they talk about sexting. And what do they say? That sexting is a great way for couples to get closer.
Okay, I'm sorry. Did an Indian man write this book?
No, these are the illustrations that are in the textbook.
Open cloth, showbox. Sexting is a great way for couples to get closer. You know what's better than sexting? Just going up to your partner and being like, I like your boobs. Like, that's way better than texting her and saying that. Also, if you're a woman, if you go up to your guy and say, I like your boobs, it's way better than texting him that same
Think
thing.
about how stupid it is, though, for educators to be telling kids to sext one another when that is literal child porn. There will be sex offenders if they get caught doing that. They will be on a sex offender registry for the rest of their lives. What these people are doing is so irresponsible to be telling kids to send each other nudes. Are they high? Do they have a brain damage where they dropped on their heads as children? I don't understand this.
I just want to know why they have a picture of Vivek Ramaswamy in there.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry, Robert. If you get disbarred from this stream, I will compensate you adequately for it. Here we go.
And that is a YouTube video. And it's harder for me to read because it's kind of dark. I don't have my flashlight, but
nice.
But this is the material that could not be aired on Channel 12. In 6th grade, kids are taught how to
transgender men can get pregnant too. 6th grade.
So my son just went to an apologetics conference. This is the difference. This is the difference in reality versus public school. My son just went to this apologetics conference. He's talking to me. He's 15. And he's like, hey, Dad, the other night he was telling Lady Rackets about the conference, but I had to leave. I had to go do something. So I didn't get to hear about it. And he's like, and I was like, I want to hear about this thing that you went to go do, because let me be clear. I'm a Christian, but I'm a lawyer and I'm an asshole. So like when I hear apologetics, Christian apologetics in particular, I am immediately skeptical, because apologetics is not a search for truth. Apologetics is a search for answers to questions. That is not the same thing as finding truth. It is the same thing as finding a proof text or a source to match the thing you want, and then assertively professing its correctness. There's value in apologetics. It's persuasive argument, but it does not necessarily mean truth. That being said, I'm like, I do want to hear about it, because I always love to hear what contemporary Christians are telling children. And we're driving today. He's like, Dad, you wanted me to tell you about this conference? I'm like, yeah. Tell me about it. He goes, okay, well, I missed the first part. I'm like, why'd you miss the first part? He was like, well, our bus was late. I was like, oh, you didn't miss the first part. All of you did. Okay, great. And then he's like, then we talked about transgenderism. And he goes, because they have to talk about the hot topics, And I was like, that was the dorkiest thing you have ever said. But then he starts telling me about how, like, he's like, look, there's two pillars that support transgenderism. It's cultural and it's scientific. And if you put either one up to the test, they're knocked down immediately by both faith and by science. And I'm like, well, yeah, but I don't do. So here's my thing. Like, obviously, transgenderism is a thing that is not a truth. Transgenderism is it's a choice. It's an identity, whatever you want it to be. That's like, I'm a libertarian. I don't care what you do with your body, but don't come at me and be like, I was born a woman. It's like, well, no, you were born a man.
Don't teach my 6th grader or my 5th grader that a man can have a baby, and don't teach my child any of this shit that is actually your religion. You're not allowed to impose your religion on me. This is a belief system. It's nothing else but a belief system. You can have it, you can live it, but don't you dare come and try and put it on my kids.
Exactly. And this is what I'm talking about, though. Real quick, Dapper Dave says that's not true. Christian apologetics is extremely important. Do not mistake my logical criticism of Christian apologetics as being unimportant. God is not a logically sustainable conclusion. He is not an evidence-based conclusion. That's why faith is the most integral part of the Christian foundation, is that you have to look at society, you have to look at everything around you, and you go, logic doesn't get me to this thing, because if logic ruled, I'm fucked. But logic doesn't rule, because faith in a compassionate and forgiving God defies all logic. It says there's all these rules, and you will fail at every single step of every single rule. You cannot be good enough. And yet, in my compassion and my love for you, I will say, welcome home. This is a prodigal son story. It's not the prodigal son story, though. It is the every parent story. Your kid does not need to run off and spend their inheritance on whores and drugs for them to come back and you to embrace them. Your kid goes to college. Your kid makes a mistake. Your kid gets fired from his first job. Your kid gets a divorce and they say, Mom, Dad, I'm trying. I'm 28 and I don't know what to do. I spent all my money trying to make my marriage work and now I can't afford rent. I can't afford anything. You go, come home, you idiot. Get in this fucking house that I built for you. I built a shelter for you until I'm dead. And then I'm going to give that shelter to you because you might need it after I'm dead. That's parenting. And it's also marriage. And it's every relationship you have. Every relationship is the unconditionality of it is based on this Christian idea that you will never, ever, ever be good enough. In the face of all logic, you will fail. But in the face of faith, grace, and love, you succeed because the other party has compassion for you. And we're taught how to treat everybody else through that. Christian apologetics is this weird place of trying to argue for that thing while not acknowledging grace. Now, it is important because some people's brains, look, you guys are on YouTube watching lawyers at fucking 3 a.m. You are autistic retards. I love you all, but you are. Like, why would you do this? You at this time of night, you should be drinking and watching women be naked, or men, if that's your thing. You should not be watching lawyers on YouTube and Megan. You shouldn't be doing that. You should go find something and you should make yourself go to sleep by exhausting yourself because that's what logical humans do. They fulfill their carnality. They fulfill their base desires. They do not fulfill this need to be intellectually stimulated and challenged by people who have thoughts that might be different than them. That's not logical. In the same way that Christian apologetics must appeal to these people who need logic. They need reason, but that's not necessary for Christianity. It is just a thing that appeals to a certain group of people who think a certain way. That doesn't make it unimportant. Don't get me wrong, but it is unnecessary for faith. Apologetics have never entered into the faith equation because faith flies in the face of apologetics. Apologetics are trying to use reason to explain something that's unreasonable. And the unreasonable thing is that you can say, fuck you to God every single day of your life. And if at the end of it, you go, I was wrong. And actually, like, you're great. And he goes, welcome home. Just like a good parent would do to the kid who says, fuck you every day to you as a dad. And you love the shit out of them. And they may not know all the ways they're wrong. But when they're at their lowest, they go, Dad, I know I said fuck you to you every single day, but I don't have anywhere else to turn. You go, come home. Come home. Of course you come home. And they go, why would you let me home? Because I made you, you dumbass. I know everything you think. I've thought it all before. Get over here. I forgive you. That is why apologetics are a weird thing, because it flies in the face. But just because it's weird doesn't make it unvaluable. Some people think that way and they need that logical thing. Anyway, I'm ranting too much on this. Sorry, but it's really it's a really personal thing for me, because I'm like, Christianity pretends to be logical in the face of all evidence that it is not logical, inherently unlogical. Stop trying to appeal to this thing. But I get that autisms exist because I also am on the internet. But anyway, he's telling me about this conference. He's like, no, it's transgenderism is knocked down by all of these things. I'm like, yeah, 100%. I fully agree with the Christian apologetics. The part where I don't agree, or where they didn't go, but I don't do this to my kid. I don't impose my thoughts and my reason on him. He gets to make his own conclusions. But I'm like, now how did they teach you as Christians to treat these people? Like, because I know that transgenderism's pillars and like the societal push for it is all knocked down very easily. And I agree 100%. But also, like, if someone who's 20 years old wants to chop their penis off or add a penis to them, an addictomy, as Rush would call it, like, why do we care? Like, why do we as people care? That's like, it's not for you. Your faith will tell you it's not for you, but How do you treat that person? And I think that's the part that a lot of Christian churches are missing. And I think that's the part that the apologetics conference might have missed, is like the libertarian and fundamental understanding that like you don't have to agree with the decision.
But treating a person like a human being, which is what we should be
Exactly.
doing, is not the same thing, though, as allowing their ideology to be pushed on second graders, to be pushed on sixth
And it
graders.
shouldn't ever be pushed in a public school. Thank you for bringing it back, Megan. I
Mhm.
love you so much. You're so subtle.
No,
but it's
we're never going to
true.
do this.
We're getting right back into it. No, but I agree, because this has no place in public education.
None.
This is what you were talking about earlier.
This is
and I'm talking-
philosophy. It's religion. It's something that should be kept outside of school. If your religion is this LGBTQ WTF shit, that's go ahead, have it. It's just like, but you can't have it in a public school because it infringes on other people's religious rights, period.
And it's something that both you and I have talked about a lot. And it was something that COVID exposed, because a bunch of parents saw what was happening to their kids because it
Yep.
came into their home.
And
Whereas
then they all started storming these board meetings, and the board started treating them like the enemy and reporting them to the FBI as being terrorists because
Yep.
they care about their children and they don't want them to be indoctrinated into a religion in which they don't believe. And this you can get out of this and just go back to the article because there's nothing much more here. It's basically all the same shit you can imagine. It's just this, stupidity.
yeah, and the amazing thing was, because anyone who has kids know this, it doesn't matter how like smart, reasonable, and what your relationship with your kids are. When they come home from school or they come home from an activity or whatever, you go, "Hey, how was your thing?" They go, "Good."
Right.
And that's it. Because if it wasn't good, they don't want to revisit the trauma that they just suffered. Like if people bullied them, they don't want to come
Right.
home and tell you about how, yeah, some kid called me XYZ and I hated it and I cried.
Or some
Like-
teacher showed me a butt plug and made me feel really uncomfortable.
Let's
Like,
not
there's-
get too hasty. Everyone wants to see a butt plug, Megan.
Well, I mean,
Like-
fundamentally, it's education should be teaching kids how to think, not what to think.
Exactly.
And that's where they've encroached. But they're so used to abusing their power
Right.
that when Megan spoke out, they just thought they could keep doing it regardless of and for those that don't know, Wauwatosa is a working class, middle class community in Milwaukee County. And I've sued a lot of the Wisconsin people over civil rights cases over the years. Even there's people, to give you an idea how nuts places in Wisconsin can be. They didn't like this working class community was becoming upscale, and this older working class family had these two Dobermans, and the new upscale community didn't like the Dobermans as badly reflecting on the community, so they went to great schemes to get the Dobermans and have them killed at the pound.
Oh my God.
And they thought they could just get away with it. We had to literally make it into a federal civil rights suit about it. But it was also credit to the audience here, because the ability, the public support for funding the initial cost of the case came from this community. And that's what showed the capacity. I mean, the left does a great job of crowdfunding legal support.
They
Sadly,
have like
the
billionaires who do this stuff, and we don't.
Yeah, the right unfortunately doesn't do it nearly well. They don't do it very well at all, and it's how the left has an advantage in part in their advocacy is the resources made available to bring cases like this. But cases like this have broader consequence, not only to the subject matter of them being able to propagate ideology onto young children, unsuspecting and unknown to their parents without protest, but it changes how these boards operate and how because cases like this, after they're brought, after they have to settle on certain kinds of terms, goes to all of the insurance carriers that provide coverage for all of these school boards and other public organizations across the country. And I've seen in multiple cases that cases like this can have a major domino effect, not only across a state, but across the country. And that's why bringing these kind of cases is critical and important and essential if we're going to restore some degree of normalcy and democracy, or just ordinary people's power and values being respected by our state institutions.
You know what's hilarious about this case, though, is that They literally violated my right to speak because they just couldn't listen to me for 30 more seconds, which I know there's
Neither could Kurt, to be fair.
yeah, there's a lot of people on Nick's panel who can relate. There is something about my voice, something about my tone, and if you escape out of this, I linked in the video where you can see it happen, and Farron's face is just like, it's so classic. It's so funny because she was with me when this happened. But if you want to play a little bit of it, Nick, you'll hear the tone. You have to escape though and go back to the article.
Yeah, no, the article's right here. We're almost done.
What?
We got 3 seconds left of this video.
Oh, you want to play it? Oh, it's just the same. It's okay. All right, go ahead.
It's 3 seconds.
Okay, play it.
We've spent longer debating over this. You're a lawyer. You are a lawyer, Megan.
Just
Oh, we're all billing right now, so it's fine.
To go on a website, sex, etc., and you can see right here.
Sex, etc. That sounds like a pretty good website, to be honest.
So if you scroll down a little bit,
Okay.
this is what. So all these people
What is this
came there.
editor's note? This doesn't have anything to do with this article.
It's right in the middle. That's
PG
weird.
Media
Normally
needs
it's
your
at the,
help.
Normally it's at the bottom. I don't know why it's in the middle. Just skip past that.
America needs your help.
Just skip past that. Okay, that one right there.
This one.
Yeah.
So it's you and Farron here.
Yeah. This is. I wasn't planning on speaking, but they were cutting off everybody. They were treating people horribly, and I knew that these things they were doing, they could be sued for. So I wanted to tell them that. So I did. You can play it. It's 3 minutes. You don't have to do the whole thing because you probably won't be able to take it. You probably won't be able to take it. You'll want to turn it off before they do.
No, Megan, I've just learned I just don't say anything when I stop listening to you. I'm just kidding. I love you so much. It's people have no idea. Megan and I talk all the time. We're like best buddies, and it's like, aw. And so when other people are like, oh, I can't stand listening to Megan, I'm like, I know.
She's always on my phone.
Please state your name and address.
All right. Hello, my name is Megan Fox, and I'll tell you why I'm not going to give you my address. For one, I just read your Wisconsin Rules of Open Meetings Act. It's a law. And the law in Wisconsin is that the public has a right to participate in your meetings, and nowhere in it does it say that anyone has to dox themselves online in order to participate in a...
I'm sorry. Hold on. I just have to ask a question. Who's the linebacker in the bottom right corner?
We think that she's a rugby player. We're not sure. That's Jessica.
Sure. That's Jessica, like Leah Thompson or whatever is Leah.
You should make it bigger so people can see Farron's face, because I swear to God, it's one of Farron's greatest hits moments. Her face is so great throughout this whole thing. She had COVID at the time.
Yeah, so did Jessica.
They get so uncomfortable. Watch the lady in the right corner, upper right corner, that looks like Runkle's sister.
Leanne
angry
Foley.
sister. Yeah, watch her, because she gets really upset real quick.
We go. Good Lord. I'm the worst person to do this, Megan, because I keep looking at Jessica going, Jeremy there is going to sell me a chili dog. Okay, here we go. Wait, you guys won, so I can make fun of these people, right?
Yeah.
Like it's okay?
Oh, yeah.
You can.
Thank God, because
The guy, and by the way, the guy who is the board president, his name is Eric Jessup Anger. His last name is Anger.
Mhm.
And of course it's hyphenated. What kind of dude has a hyphenated name?
I don't know. Well,
It's a red flag, man. I'm telling you.
chunks. Jessica, never mind. Jessica has a hyphenated gender.
A public meeting. I want you to know that school boards like yourselves have been sued successfully before in the past for doing this. It's considered an intimidation technique. Now, you can sigh and put your face in your hands, but you need to listen to me when I tell you that you can be sued for what you're doing. You are violating people's rights. And what you did today by cutting off public comment in the beginning of the meeting when you had a full house of people who wanted to speak to you, and you made them wait 2 hours, and most of them had to go home because they had to work jobs tomorrow.
Okay, hold on. Let's not be too hasty about making people wait 2 hours to get to a discussion. All right? Right now. very, very offended by
Well,
that.
if I go to a public board though, and public comment, they started it. They started public comment, and then they cut it off when it wasn't going well for them. And they said, we have a lot of business to get to, so we're going to just wait till we get all our business out of the way. And then it was 2 hours later, and I sat there for the whole fucking 2 hours with Farron waiting for this, because I was like, I'm going to give these people an earful. And almost everybody who showed up to speak left, because for all the reasons I'm saying. I don't need to repeat it. You can just push play.
Yeah. Yeah. Because of course, who wants to sit and listen to these things for 2 hours? Could you imagine being at a dinner party and these are your 5 guests? Your 6th guest is a revolver.
Because they had to get kids somewhere, or because they had to go home and get dinner. What you did is violating the public's First Amendment rights to address their public bodies for grievances. It is a violation of the Constitution, and you should each
Public
be
bodies are
ashamed.
OnlyFans.
Sharon, you should be ashamed of yourself. Leanne, you should be ashamed of yourself. Michael, you should be ashamed of yourself. And you too, Jenny, and you too, Jessica. And let me tell you,
And you too, Jeremy.
and the reason why I did that is because
You should be
before
ashamed
this,
of tackling that guy.
before this, they were telling people at the microphone, if they use their names, they would say, you're not allowed to address the public board by their names. You're not allowed to use names. Please do not use names. But if you walked up there and you were like, Michael, that calendar that you made a week ago was so wonderful. Thank you so much. Nobody said, you're not allowed to address him by his name. But if
Did
you
you
went up there and
compliment
said,
Jessica on beating everyone at the bar at arm wrestling?
if you went up there and said, Jessica, I don't like the way that you behaved yourself at the last meeting, they would cut you off immediately. It was insane, which is why I did what I did. And I named each one of them on purpose. I knew that would trigger them, and it did. It triggered them into doing something that cost them $10,000. This is a $10,000 mistake right here.
Jessica, I don't like the way you won every pull-up competition ever invented.
Something else. When people use names in front of your school board and they come in and they say, I want to talk to you about a specific person on the board, you are not allowed to tell them that their First Amendment right to speak is curtailed in some way because they want to use a name. That is illegal. What you are doing is against the Wisconsin Open Meetings Act. Now, listen, I have 3 minutes, and I know that my time is not up. You are not to interrupt me while I am speaking. This is public comment time, and I'm a member of the public. You can sit there and be as uncomfortable as you want, but I have this 3 minutes. So listen to me, Mike.
Don't tell Megan, don't tell Jessica what she can and can't interrupt. She interrupted her puberty a long time ago. Wow, I'm going to get in trouble for this.
Michael, when you are talking to people, when they come here to see you, you are put into this position, by the way, by the people of this town. They are your first priority.
Surprise. Where are you?
They are your first priority. They are the people you're responsible
Do you need me to mute this?
Yes.
Why would you mute me?
Okay. Sorry,
my
I couldn't
3
hear
minutes
you
are
over
not
there.
up. My 3
Okay.
minutes are not up.
At the point where we started
Wow.
respecting individual board members, we devolved.
Well, they're wrong.
Who's
If you've already
talking?
spoken,
Who's
That would
talking
be-
there?
That was one of the board members.
Who's not pictured
Michael-
on this thing?
Michael Myers. His name is actually Michael Myers.
His name is Michael Myers, and he murdered your conversation?
Yeah, he did. And you know what's funny is that he's actually the one good board member. He just made a really catastrophic mistake this evening, and he had sued the board before himself. He has sued these people himself for doing very similar things. I have no idea why he did what he did, but he knew better, and he shouldn't have. But he did. It's weird. I talked to him. I had a conversation with him on the phone, and he was like, yeah, that went off the rails.
How many board members are there? Because there's 5 pictured, which is gross.
I
But
think there's 6 because you're missing the board president who's not on camera. So Jessup Anger is not on camera for whatever reason.
and then Michael Myers is also.
Oh, yeah, he's not on camera either. So
7
there
of
must be
them.
7. Yeah.
God, you do math like a white person. That's amazing.
Sorry, I don't do math at all.
your time is up on that topic.
But your time's not up on that
Anyone-
topic.
Right.
Objectively, you've only been
Objection.
speaking for 2 minutes and 40 seconds at most, and you weren't talking right away.
Right. I had 3 minutes. They cut me off with like 40 seconds to go. Now, what he says here next will really get you going. It's so funny.
All right.
My time was not up, by the way. They're full
well,
of crap.
Two
Look at them.
things.
They're
First,
so
the
uncomfortable.
chair has the right to cut off comment if the comment is not
What?
aligned with the dignity of the body.
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you
Just
Nope.
put-
That Mr. Robert Barnes. Mr. Robert Barnes, can you talk about a content-based prior restraint on speech? Because I think maybe that is a content-based prior restraint on speech, not a content-neutral prior restraint on speech. Can you talk about the importance of that distinction?
Well, especially this is a public forum designed to be a public forum, designed to respect and recognize the petition to seek redress of grievances from your government. And then you also have press issues and other issues and speech issues on top of all of that implicated. But basically, whenever they're imposing, we went around and around with this when we were requiring that they change their rules as a condition of settlement, then ultimately required they issue an apology letter. By the way, that I've never received before. This is the first case that I got them to write an apology letter as part of the settlement. Because usually they hate that. They hate that more than anything else. They hate saying, I was wrong.
You're wrong.
I'm
Yep.
sorry.
They're
Because they
never
know
wrong.
it's going to be brandished everywhere. They know the person that got it's going to tout it. And it's fact. I've done this in other cases, and it unsettles the defense lawyers. Because it's like, this is going to seem very reasonable to a judge or anyone else down the road if we ever get to that stage where this is at issue, that you guys turned down a settlement because you wouldn't issue an apology for doing something you admit was legally wrong. But key is in these rules, they can set time restraints. They can set restraints concerning the manner in which things are done. They
Time,
can't.
place, and manner restrictions are a recognized First Amendment exception that's not written into the rule, but the Supreme Court in Marbury versus Madison decided to be fucking gay, so they get to do this shit.
Correct. You know where people can get a reference to this? A relatively recent Beavis and Butthead episode, where the older Beavis discovers, I get 3 minutes to say whatever I want, and he gets in front of me. He starts talking about how wonderful fire is, and maybe they should just start burning things down. He's doing his Beavis and Butthead routine. But it was. I love it when pop culture educates people on what their rights actually are.
Definitely.
Because when he discovers that he had a First Amendment right in that 3 minutes to talk about whatever he wanted, and they couldn't restrict the content of what he said. In other words, they could restrict how long he had to say it. They could restrict whether he had access to a microphone in terms of manner within certain degrees. Like you can't bring in a megaphone. You can't, things like that. But they couldn't restrain the content of what he said, the text of what he said. And they were trying
even
to
if it was undignified.
Yeah, exactly. There's no such rule, right? You don't have any rule, but I mean, the irony here
always
on undignified speech, right? There's a guy who went into the court. He went into the courtroom where judges have the maximum ability to control their courtroom and to provide a place of decorum and discussion. He had a political message on his jacket in the late, I think 1967 or something like that. And it just said, it was like rhinestoned on his leather jacket. That's how gay this was. It said, fuck the draft. And he went into court and he was wearing his jacket and said, fuck the draft. And the judge said, you got to take that shit off. That goes straight to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court's like, nope. Sorry, you can have appropriate time, place, and manner restrictions on speech, but you cannot moderate the content. And if someone else walked into this courtroom, I don't know if they specifically said this, but the implication is if someone else walked in the courtroom with a jacket on that said America is great and I love judges, you would let them have it. So you cannot restrict the speech that you don't like in favor of
and that's
speech.
exactly what they did.
Of
And
course,
they did it that night. I wasn't going to speak that night. I was just covering it. We were just watching it. Jamie Michelle was going to be, she was there from Gays Against Groomers, and they attacked her like you can't believe. When she got up to speak, they cut her off and they said, and what's your address? Where do you live? And she goes, I live in Wisconsin. Like, no, what's your address? She goes, I'm not comfortable giving you my address. They wouldn't let her speak until she said the city where she lived. That is intimidation. They did it on purpose. They wanted her to dox herself, and they knew damn well who she was, and they knew damn well Antifa's after her. What they did, it was so awful. I was righteously mad. And I did try to trigger them on purpose, and it just led to this hilarity.
But you're allowed to. That's the thing that people don't understand.
What Alex Stein does. He's hysterical in front of those words.
kind of get. Never mind. Look, no, this is the thing. Someone
I
being
appreciate what he does because somebody needs to
I-
take it to these little petty tyrants.
actually
Somebody needs
really,
to take it
I
to
really
them.
like. I love Alex Stein's bits. I love his public thing. I hate him on live streams. I think he's really bad on live streams. And I think he should not do live shows and live streams. I think he should stick to those bits because that's where he is fucking fantastic.
He's great in front of school boards. Like there's just
Yeah.
nobody better.
He's just not great
Or-
in front of
or
live
town
audiences
boards.
or with panelists.
He was on with me once. He was hilarious. He was running for judge in Texas and he was laying out his plan for what his courtroom was going to be like. And it was very funny. But
I imagine that would be funny.
yeah, it was very funny.
But
yeah,
no, but that's the thing. Just because something is socially uncomfortable does not mean it is legally unacceptable. And it can't be, because that's the entire purpose of the First Amendment. It's so funny when people are like, well, I don't know if the First Amendment protects that. It's like, no, if you're ever saying that, that is the thing the First Amendment was designed to protect. And we go, yes, I will go all the way and say the First Amendment was literally designed to protect the death threat, the rape threat, the everything that is not actually those things, but can be construed that way, because the maximum amount of speech is to take the most negatively castable light on a comment and protect it so long as the comment is not actually the detestable thing.
this
Because if-
board was like super. Also, they were like so transparent about what they were doing. There was one guy who got on and he called the people who spoke against the board batshit crazy, and they didn't say anything. They didn't stop him. They didn't say, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but we don't allow obscenity here," which is in there. It's in there. It says, if you're not, "Well, I'm sorry, sir, that's not dignified. That upsets the dignity of the body." They didn't do that. They only did it to me.
Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, just because it makes you uncomfortable does not make the comment unacceptable. And the First Amendment protects the maximum amount of offensiveness so long as it doesn't violate a few key principles, which, by the way, I'll actually say are unconstitutional, but we kind of accept them. We say, look, if you threaten to murder someone, that is no longer a policing of speech. That is a policing of an act. The act is the threat. It's conveyed by speech, but we understand that the act itself is to assault the peaceable nature of someone, to make them, to put them in fear or apprehension, in the same way that if you pulled a gun on them right in the room, you're doing an act that is causing them harm. It's tangible. It's recompensable by the court, and we can identify the harm that has happened by you pointing a gun at them. If you have conveyed convincingly with intent communication that is intended to provide the same feeling that pulling a gun on someone in person would produce, which is a really high bar. But if you've done that, you've committed an assault. That's the thing. It's not your words, it's the act that you've done. It is your words in combination with all of the other factors that create a thing. But
Right. And here, what they were trying to misconstrue was you can limit on a board how someone addresses the board, in the sense that you can say, okay, you're here to address the whole board. You can't say, I'm only going to address George, or I'm only going to, right? What you can't do is then convert that into a content restriction, like
Yep.
the idiot nitwit judge in New York is trying to do, saying you can't comment about me, an elected official. You can't mention my name. You can't.
That is
correct. That's
crazy.
contrary to all
They
of it.
try to do this everywhere. These boards love to say you cannot criticize a board member, and it's like, who the fuck do you think you are?
Well, that's what the whole thing is there for. That's what the First Amendment's there for. It's what public forums are there for.
That's why I'm here, to tell you you're doing something wrong. Why would I come if you're doing something right? I'm not going to be here if you're doing your job. But if you're not doing your job, yeah, I'm going to show up and I'm going to be like, why are you a moron? Why are you so stupid? Why are you bad at your job? And that's my right.
The best school board on earth never has a parent show up.
And the best school board on earth, when a parent does show up, they sit there quietly and they don't say shit. They just be quiet and they take it. They just shut up and take it until it's over. You only have to listen to this for 3 minutes. Are you telling me that I'm so annoying you can't wait the 30 seconds for me to stop talking?
Well, the amazing thing is,
Yes.
I know
they
that
could've learned
Rob
this
and
by-
Kurt can't, but
Frankly, Megan, I can't either, but I bring in other people to tell you.
Well, I mean, they could have learned this by watching
knew
like
you did
Parks
that
and
on purpose.
Recreation. Like this is enough in the popular culture that this is common knowledge. And yet, what was extraordinary was I think they were so accustomed to abusing their power by misinterpreting procedural rules as substantive content restrictions that they were almost shocked that when they were sued. Though they capitulated very quickly, it was only going to be the term. Now, the case was assigned to a federal court, Eastern District of Wisconsin. The judge is a judge who refers to himself in the third person, so he's a very.
Oh my
Oh
God.
no, he doesn't. Come
Oh yes,
on.
oh yes,
Oh,
yes.
come on. Can
He-
we
I mean,
impeach him?
which
Can
by
we
the way, you
impeach
know
him
how
for that?
kind of weird that is. First time I was in front of him,
It's so
he would
weird.
say, "Well, by he would give a Judge X. I won't give his name. I still have cases in front of him,
Just
but
say Judge Rekieta Law.
yeah, well, according, it'd be like you, Nick, saying, well, according to Nick Rekieta, Nick
According to-
Rekieta
Oh.
thinks that I mean, he would, it was the most unique thing, but I'd won very
It's weird.
difficult cases in front of him before. So in
I
that
love
sense,
Robert
it
so
was a
much.
good draw because you could get worse draws in the Eastern District of Wisconsin.
Listen to Robert's such a cool lawyer. He's like, I won cases in front of that judge before. Can I say that? No.
Well, yeah,
Rob's
we
a
won some-
boss, man. If I had any lawyer,
I'm
if
just
I
like-
had any lawyer to choose from that I would want to fight my battle, it's Robert
Nick
Barnes.
Rekieta. Oh,
and I-
wait, we
no,
said
sorry.
different things. I thought we were on
No.
the same wavelength. I thought I was going
No,
to jinx you,
It's
but
Robert
you're
Barnes.
like,
I bothered him about this every
Me
week
too.
for like 3 months, 2 months. I'm like, so are you still looking into it? What about my case, Robert? He'll tell you.
he's like,
every week,
Megan, shut up.
every
it's going.
week.
Like it's going. This is just how it goes.
No,
Leave me
before he
alone.
decided to take it, he was like, I'll look at it. I'm like, okay, every Monday. Did you look at it? Did you watch it? Do you think I got something? He's like, still looking. And finally, he wrote back one word, I think. He's funny with the 1 and 2 word responses. His word was yes.
Yeah, I'm trying and once my siblings were complaining about me using saying yes all the time, I said, well, I'll shift it to just okay, because then it's 2 letters, so it's even
I got in
shorter.
trouble for using okay.
Well, that I'm not exactly verbose when they ask for answers to things.
Yeah, because
just-
someone was
He
mad
gives
at me for
2-word
using
responses.
they're like
3-word responses.
like,
it's fine.
okay is a Stonewall response. I'm like, no, okay is just me affirming what you said. Like that's
yeah,
all it
exactly.
is.
It's quick, simple, easy. I like precision.
Just like me. No, it's a funny thing because it goes back to these basic concepts. Speech is real. And first of all, the fact that these time, place, and manner restrictions exist are a complete affront to the First Amendment, but they're so ingrained in First Amendment analysis that we're stuck with them. But the fact that they can limit you to 3 minutes would offend the founders greatly.
Yeah, I agree.
Because Hamilton and
I don't
Madison
think they should be able to do that.
would never have capitulated to the idea
know what
that
else
their
they
speech
did?
about government and the fundamental differences of liberty versus the English government is limited to 3 minutes at a
minutes.
time. Never on earth
Not to
did that enter
mention
a founder's
But
mind.
they can also limit you to the times you speak about the same subject, which I think
Yep.
is completely unconstitutional. But they've prevailed in some of those, so you can't fight that. I also think it's ridiculous that they can. You know what they did, Robert? I don't think I told you this. They limited all of public comment now to 30 minutes total. They didn't have that before, but they do now. And I don't think I told you this either. They tried to take away Zoom comments so that it would never happen to them again. What happened? Someone from New York, drop in and be like, boom, I'm blowing your shit up tonight. They tried, but the public was not having it. And they must have written in like crazy because they had to take it out. What did survive in the public comment? It's in the article, Nick, if you wanted to bring it up, but we had their old public comment policy.
Does Jessica ever eat like an entire lamb in this next 42 seconds?
No, the only thing that
then I don't wanna
happens
watch
in the
WrestleMania.
next 42 seconds is me saying I should sue them, and Farron goes, "You should," and I'm like, "Maybe I will." And then, so go down further, go past the apology letter.
Wait, an
there's-
Olive Garden money.
They gave me Olive Garden money. Yeah.
That's Russell Greer settlements there.
Go down where you see bold print. There's some bold print. We got there,
Here we
right
go.
there.
Yeah.
All right. So here's what the policy used to be. The presiding officer may interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statements, public comment when the statement is too lengthy, personally directed, those motherfuckers, abusive, directed to anyone other than the board presiding officer, obscene or irrelevant or disruptive. Robert and I made them take out personally directed, abusive, irrelevant, and disruptive, and we had them change it to disorderly, as in disorderly conduct.
Yep.
So now have to uphold, they have to go by what the law says is disorderly conduct. They can't stop anybody from speaking unless they're breaking a law.
Yep.
Yeah,
And this the conditions of the settlement will be are going to be circulated amongst all the various school board officials and others because it gets shared through the insurers as best policies and practices. So hopefully we'll see more of this reflected in other places, or if they don't, happy to sue there too.
Do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Actually, we might be able to do it again, Robert, in Wauwatosa. Did you see that? Of course, nobody's complained yet. The city of Wauwatosa now says you cannot decorate the city in red or green for Christmas because it's offensive. This is
What?
Wauwatosa.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Commies have taken over Wauwatosa.
I don't
I
know.
told people I'm going to go back home and run for mayor of Chattanooga.
They're
My
a
only
bunch of
slogan, because all
crazies.
these people have moved in there, purge
They're-
the commies. Barnes
they're
for mayor.
a bunch
You know
of
what I mean? Just make it
crazies.
simple.
God.
You should. Nick, there's only one other thing to go over in the article, and that
yeah.
is the apology letter, because that's funny. I want to have you.
This thing up here.
Yeah, I want you to read it.
You want me to read it?
Because forced apologies are always the funniest.
All right, here we go.
Nothing
Yeah.
better than a forced apology. Mandated apology.
And it's on the nice letterhead.
Yeah, the Wauwatosa School District, your educational community. Letterhead, October 20th, 2023. Ms. Fox, regarding the events of October 24th, 2022, the Wauwatosa School Board offers you, for your acceptance, an apology for the manner in which it handled your presentation during the public comment agenda item at the school board meeting. After the aforementioned school board meeting, the school board reviewed its policies pertaining to public comment with legal counsel. Please be assured that the school board reflected on the October 24th, 2022 meeting, and its response to your public comment has been appropriately addressed by the school board. Sincerely, Dr. Eric Jessup Anger, #Cuck, Wauwatosa School Board President. Also,
And they had to
paid a
pay.
mail.
They had to pay all of my attorney's fees, every penny. They first tried to come in with something less, and I was like, nah, I don't think so. I think they should pay Robert every penny, because I know he spent more than that in what he did, because he agreed to take it for only $10,000, which is not enough for a lawsuit that goes on for a year. That's not enough. They paid the entire amount, and they gave me some Olive Garden money on top of it, which, great. Actually, I'm probably going to spend it on computer stuff to fix my shitty system.
Yeah, you need to, by the way.
I know, I'm working on it.
I don't want to say anything, but your setup is embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's bad.
I still remember, Ricada Law had, was it a big green, banner behind you?
I've had all sorts of bullshit behind me, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, back from the very good, I think it was the first time I interviewed, I was like, who is Nick? And he had the more dramatic music to begin with, and then all the different stuff. The current backdrop is a little more sophisticated.
Yeah, I love it. I got the "I'm not a cat" meme.
Yeah,
I love
always
that
going to be infamous.
painting.
Is that a Michael Meyer thing behind you to the right?
Yeah, this is a friend of my mom's who went to high school with this guy. He died. He was an artist, but he mostly painted sports things. But so he's dying. He's like, well, I'm going to die soon. I want to offload my inventory so my wife doesn't have to deal with it. And so they're like, hey, you want to go to his website and see if there's anything you want, and buy it. And I looked and I'm like, I don't care about sports, but he does have this one horror painting, which is awesome. So I buy this thing. It's got Pinhead. It's got Jason. It's got Freddy, Michael Myers, Leatherface. Obviously, I buy it. And I'm like, this is cool. And I get this thing, and then I go down to my parents' house in Florida, and I see the same painting hanging on the wall. And my mom goes, mine's the original. It's like, fuck you. I hate you so much. I had to buy a print. It was like a special edition print, but it's a print. And she's like, oh yeah, well, I got the original because I know him. And I'm like, well, I would have bought the original. What's wrong with you? That's why I don't talk to my mom anymore.
What happened to the Johnny Depp painting? I love that one.
It's
You don't
right
show
behind the
it.
cat.
Well, you never show it anymore. We don't get to see it. I love that painting.
I know what you're doing right now, Megan. I will fight you so hard.
Come on, let's see the Johnny painting. We haven't seen it in years.
Oh, you want to see the Johnny painting?
Uh-huh.
See the Johnny painting? Do you really?
Everybody get ready to screenshot.
Here
Get
we
ready
go.
to screenshot.
Here we go, Megan. I will get that Johnny painting for you.
Look how skinny you are. Look at this. When did he get so skinny? See,
here, Megan. Here's the mega pint Johnny Depp painting by my good friend Eric Waugh.
I love that painting. I love it. You should you should put that one on display sometimes. We don't get to see it enough.
I just forget that it's not, and I forget the cat paintings in front of it.
Yeah, the cat painting is nice, but we've seen it for a long time. Let's let Johnny have a turn.
It's good. It's good.
What's the next big trial that you're planning on covering?
Probably Courtney Clenny.
What is that?
The OnlyFans chick who murdered the black guy who is her boyfriend and photographer or whatever by stabbing him a whole bunch and being like, oh, it was self-defense.
Oh, is that the guy she shoved in a suitcase?
No. The suitcase murders. Oh God, I finally watched that video. Did you watch that?
Oh, that's a different murder. Why did I think that was an OnlyFans girl too? Was it?
I don't know. Did you?
Everybody's on OnlyFans, I guess.
Did you watch the suitcase video though?
Yes.
Where he's like, babe, I can't breathe. And she's like, shut up, George Floyd. He's like, I can't breathe. And she's like, well, good. That's what you get for cheating on me, you bitch. And you're like, oh my God, this is the most horrible thing I've.
Oh my God.
Like, he's just sitting there dying, not breathing. And like you see the suitcase like rumble around a little bit, and you're like, oh, that's the worst. Because if you've ever been in that tight spot, I'm not claustrophobic, but
why did he get in there? Why did he get in?
Megan, let me educate you on sexual deviancy.
What,
do you have 10
sex
hours?
Stuff in a suitcase? Are you kidding me? What the hell is wrong with people?
Megan,
this is the downfall of everything.
I'm going to ask you to retract your question and go back to the idea that I talked about a Christian apologetics conference and never, ever ask me again why that guy was in a suitcase.
I can't.
Because if you want to know the answer, I will tell you, but you don't want to know the answer.
I don't want to know the answer. That's probably true. I don't want to understand people's kinks. I hate people's kinks. Can you put all the kinks back in the closet?
No.
Nobody wants to know about your foot fetish and your suitcase thing and your suitcase games.
You're
no,
like,
I don't.
No, you just said. Why is he in the suitcase?
Because I'm
why
like,
is he in there? You do want to know. You inherently, you're like, I don't understand this thing. I want to know about it.
In a suitcase that would feel good at all.
This sounds like Viva line of questioning. The when Viva gets thrown off, I said somebody be like, what does that mean? Oh, like we had history legends on tonight, and he was talking about what the Israel-Gaza conflict, and they're using he said a BBW strategy, but please don't Google BBW. And Viva was like, why would that concern you? And then he's like, oh,
Viva. You got to tell him, by the way, I love him. And I love listening to him. He's so funny. And I appreciate I just appreciate him even talking about the Wauwatosa case and everything. He's been so kind about it. But
who's a big fan is Devin Nunes. When
Devin's cool. I like.
Yeah, we were down in Mar-a-Lago. I was talking to Nunes, and I kept saying, "Oh man, Viva's great. I love Viva." That I was like, "Yeah, okay. Well, what's going on with Truth?" But man, Viva's a great guy. So, I mean, Nunes is like a huge fan.
Megan.
Yes.
Like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know about it, but I just want to know why
you're going to tell me. Now you're going to tell me.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
We're going back to original. We're going back to original. Our original shtick, which is where I come on your show and then you horrify me with something I've never heard of, some sexual weirdness I've never heard of.
Do this.
You.
I told you I'm not going to tell you.
Great. Don't tell
I'm
me.
just
No, you're
I'm
just you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna
nope.
text it to me later. Just like you
Yep.
texted me. Just like you texted me.
100%.
Just like you texted me the roasty thing. Damn you.
Barnes,
I didn't need to
Barnes,
know that.
Megan's on her show,
He's
and
always
Steve Gosney's like,
interrupt
well,
me.
this is a roast, and Megan is the roasty. And I'm like, good Christ, Gosney, don't call her a roasty. What's wrong with you? Megan's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, well, here you go. I
Oh.
texted it to her. No, Megan, I'm not going to tell you about it, but I do want to very specifically say, you've said it like 10 times, I don't want to hear about it, but I just want to know why the guy's getting in the suitcase, which means you do want to hear
So
about it
it was
because
for
you're,
sure a sex thing?
it doesn't
Or are
matter
you just
if it
making it you're just making it up. I don't
Megan, everything's a sex thing.
to you because you're
No,
sick.
it is
because
a
You're a
relationship.
degenerate.
Listen, Megan, why would you get in a suitcase if it's not a sex thing? What other reason on earth with your partner are you getting in a
I
suitcase
don't
being like,
know.
zip me up, big
Was
daddy?
as a joke, maybe? Like,
What joke are
I
you
wonder,
getting in a
could
fucking
you fit in there?
suitcase?
Hey, could you fit in there? Maybe you can't fit. I don't think you can fit in there.
What a gag is
I
this?
just know
Oh
who
my God,
texted
this will
me.
be so funny. Zip me in. Wait, why can't I get out? I just want to go to Olive Garden with my Olive Garden money. It's never not a sex thing, Megan. If it doesn't make sense, it's a sex thing. You know why it's a sex thing? Because if a guy does something absolutely batshit insane that there's no rational explanation for it, is because he thought at the end of it he gets ass. That is the answer. I've just explained men to you. Why does a guy snowboard down a rooftop in June in Arizona, land on the ground and break his knees? Because he thought a woman was watching him do it and he would look cool and she would have sex with him. That's the only answer. That's it.
All right. If you told me he got in there because he thought she would have sex with him afterwards, I would believe you. But if you told
That's what I'm
me he
saying.
got in there because of some sexual fetish, I'm going, that's just too ridiculous.
No,
It's just
she expressed a sexual fetish. I really love the idea of you confined and trapped in there. It's really hot. You've done this for me. It's like bondage,
that's
right?
gross.
You are restrained. I'm in power. I have control over you. And this thing, and then of course, when it gets too much, I'll let you out. But like that's the whole dominant submissive fetish explained right there. So he goes,
Ugh.
yeah, I'll submit. I'll get in this suitcase. I'll struggle. It'll be great. And then when I say the safe word, she'll pull me out and then I'll have my night with her and it'll be fine. This is how we do things. And then she doesn't ever pull him out because she found out allegedly that he cheated or something else. And she's like, well, die, you idiot. I'm going to laugh at you.
Do you think that she knew he was going to die?
Yeah, of course.
She did. She meant
Yeah,
for him to die.
100%. Yes.
Is that trial
It's evident
over?
from her comments.
Is the suitcase trial over? Is she guilty? No, still not done.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, you were telling us about the other trial you were going to cover.
Courtney Clenny is an OnlyFans model. She looks really good on the internet. She looks terrible in normal life when she's not filtered and done up. And she's with this guy. He's relatively in shape black guy. It's her boyfriend. I think he's her photographer. And she stabs him like right here between the collarbone and the trap in self-defense, as she claims. And he dies. She calls 911. Cops show up. She's covered in blood. And she's like, I had to defend myself. The problem for her is that she has a history, both on video and from other testimony, of documented abuse of this guy. Like, she is violent. She's nasty. There's video even from like earlier that day where they're in the elevator.
I saw that.
Yeah,
okay.
She's like kidding him
I
and
saw
berating him and calling him a piece of shit and all this stuff. That's going to be a great case because look, I love the human aspect of trial. And I think that Amber Heard failed so bad on the human aspect of her trial, because Amber Heard, I know everybody will, I know every internet guy out there is like 2 out of 10 would not bang. Amber Heard is an objectively pretty woman.
Not anymore. She's not aging well. She looks bloated.
Megan, stop being an internet man for just a second. I just want you to be a woman for 10 seconds. No, she could have come into that courtroom.
She's now because she's so
during trial. during trial, she's not all bloated. She's not gross. She's not whatever. She looked pretty good. And she could have come into that courtroom every day looking presentable, looking pretty. And she could have looked like the type of woman who could have been beaten by an abusive man.
She ended up coming in looking like a North Korean dictator, unfortunately.
She looked like Hillary Clinton, and Johnny Depp looked like Seth Rich.
That was one of the main things I pointed. I was like, if I was her lawyer, I would have her dressed up in Laura Ashley dresses every day.
Yep.
To make her look like a Sunday school
with her
Southern
hair
girl.
down.
You know,
all
sweet,
the time.
nice, innocent, sultry. I would have picked a jury of men, particularly like nerds who couldn't wait to bang her. I would have avoided women at all costs.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of me's on the jury.
Yeah, and told a very different story. And instead, she came in there wanting to be Miss Feminist Empowerment.
Yeah.
You know, took away her sexual appeal,
all that masculine energy. It
completely.
did not
I mean, she
go
came in
well.
like a dyke. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, you know, that's
When
just not
you
going to go well.
She looked like Kim Jong-un.
She looked like somebody who would slug you.
Absolutely, because that's who she really was down deep.
You know who she looked like? Did you guys watch Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
Yes.
There's this episode where Will and Carlton are in school. Carlton's in his school jacket. Will's got his jacket turned inside out because it's got the cool pattern on the inside. And there are women walking by, and Will and Carlton are exchanging cat calls to the women who walk by, right? And this girl walks by. She's a giant blonde girl, way taller than both of them, and she's got pigtails. And Carlton says, "Let's hear it for the East German team." And she shoves him so hard into the locker. And he's just like, whoa, like he's taken aback by it. That is what Amber Heard looked like every day of that Johnny Depp trial. It's like, let's hear it for the East German team. You can imagine the ball sack building off of her from all the testosterone she's been eating to make sure she wins at the parallel bars. It was so funny.
That awful braid she wore around her head made her look like a frau, you know, like a German prison guard. It's so bizarre what they allowed her to look like. I mean, even in the Kowalski case, Dr. Sally Smith, when she was in the deposition, she always had her hair slicked way back and she looked really harsh like Miss Trunchbull. Well, she comes into court. I knew they were going to do this. I said it. I said, they're going to have her hair down. I guarantee you. And she's got this long ass witchy hair that looks bad down, really. It's down to her waist. But sure enough, her hair was down and loose, and it softened her. And she had this awful blue eye makeup on. Like somebody told her to wear makeup, and she hasn't put any on since 1975. And she had this awful, but that's what you do. You like tell if your witness looks too, you know, harsh, you want to soften them in front of the jury. I couldn't believe they did that. But why not for Amber? God, she's a movie star. She could have looked amazing every day.
You know who did it, right? You know who they should have hired for Amber Heard's style counsel? Guys, if you do this is my fault, and I apologize to the entire earth for doing this. If you type into Google Dr. Muffins, Johnny Depp, and you click on images, this is who you get.
Oh yeah.
You want to know how Amber Heard should have looked? She should have looked like Dr. fucking Muffins. This lady is smoking hot. She always looked feminine. She never looked masculine. She never looked imposing or offensive. She looked approachable. She didn't look like a supermodel. You don't want to do that. If Amber Heard came in with a red carpet look, she would have failed as hard in the other direction. This lady looks like someone you could walk up to and say, "Hey, what's up?" every day.
You should Google the picture of Amber aping her, because like a day or two after Dr. Muffins was on the stand, Amber came in with her partially up, partially down, messy hair look. She was trying to look like, and she even pulled out fake glasses. I don't think Amber Heard wears glasses, but she had her little fake glasses on the stand to be all, you know, trying to look like Dr. Muffins.
Good Lord.
She looked terrible. She looked terrible.
Yeah, of course she did. Of course she did. But it's amazing, like how obvious this was to every other attorney than Amber. And maybe, to be fair to her legal counsel, they may have said, "Amber, we've got a stylist, we've got a style coach for you. We need you to come in with this look." And she says, "No, I'm strong. I'm independent. I cannot come across as weak." And they're like, "You are an idiot." That they might have said that.
I mean, you never know. I mean, I wasn't impressed with their legal team in general. And from a presentation style, for, if I would have had a paternal type figure be her lawyer, a protective male figure type
Yep.
be the lawyer.
Oh,
Not
interesting.
a kind of
Elaine
whiny.
Bredehoff was
Elaine
awful.
was so bad.
Oh,
When we read those sidebars on Jeff's channel, I couldn't even believe. I didn't go to law school, and I understood hearsay better than she does. It is insane how much she argued with the judge over basic stuff.
Yeah.
That the judge was just so pissed off eventually. Like, are you kidding me?
To be fair, Megan, to Elaine Bredehoff, which you'll rarely find me do, if there's one place where judges are always wrong, it's hearsay.
Oh, yes.
They're really fucking bad at it.
They're terrible. They don't understand it at all. Drives
Just
me
watch
nuts.
Rittenhouse. Like, you're sitting there, people are like, oh, Judge Schrader's great. I'm like, this motherfucker couldn't identify hearsay. If it called him.
And that's a common.
He was way worse in the Zachary Anderson trial. Way worse.
Common mistake they make. They don't even understand the principle of it. They don't understand what it's about. They don't understand the policy behind it. They don't understand the exceptions to it. They don't. It's just terrible. And you have to. I've had made these arguments to courts of appeals and Supreme Courts that don't appellate courts that struggle with it. And I'm like, man, this really isn't that complicated.
That's the worst place to make the argument, because appellate courts look to the district court to call the balls and strikes, and they give them broad discretion. So you have to go to the standard called clear error, where you go, this judge is so far beyond any reasonable interpretation of this evidence that is obvious it should not be admitted. And that's a hard thing for them to do, because they're not there assessing it. And they go, well, they're in the courtroom. They're hearing the evidence. They're reviewing it and calling the balls and strikes as the umpire. We're not going to overturn it. And it's like, man, these are bad cases. Hearsay is really simple. If someone else said it or wrote it or did anything, not the person sitting in the chair. If the person sitting in the chair did not say the thing, it is hearsay. Period.
Especially if it's for the truth of the matter asserted.
Well, that's the thing. No, I'll say it's hearsay, and then there are exceptions to hearsay, right? The exception is it's not for the truth of the matter.
If it's not, like, the biggest mistake made, I find, is they don't understand when something is not for the truth of the matter asserted. So like they get that basically confused all the time, and then they get confused what is and isn't hearsay.
Lady Elaine.
The things people are doing with puppets these days are amazing.
Doesn't she look like Lady Elaine, though? I mean, it's uncanny.
Elaine Bredehoff looks like the things that I clean out of my garbage disposal every month.
The biggest problem for the Amber Heard defense is that your client's guilty. Yeah. And unlike what people commonly think, that's actually very difficult. The government can get away with convicting an innocent person quite easily. Yep. A truly guilty person almost never escapes accountability. It's just very, very rare. And because a good trial lawyer doesn't lie. A good trial lawyer finds the truth that is on their client's side. It might be a different truth than what the other side is talking about, but it's a truth nonetheless.
A bad trial lawyer lies, and then the other trial lawyer fucks them when they do.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's it. Because if you've ever had a client come and be like, this is what I did, but I need this other thing. And you're like, no, I tell my clients, my prospective clients, they come in, I'm like, okay, we'll do your case. I need to know everything. I need to know everything that happened. And if you hold out on me, if you make me go into that damn courtroom and the other guy tells me something and my jaw's going to hit the floor from it, I fucking hate you. And that's on you. Do not do that to me, because I cannot defend you. You tell me the worst thing, because I don't want to be told it by that guy in court.
And there's a way to get clients to do that. Like, the way I tend to do it is say, tell me what's the worst thing someone might have thought you said or thought you did, or what evidence they may think says something. Yep. Because that way they can distance themselves from it. They're not having to confess, if you will. They're going to say, well, they could say this, and they could say this, and they could say, and that's the better. That I found it more effective way to get them to tell you what you need to know.
When you're talking to a client, you're in a suit. I'm talking to a client in khaki shorts and a polo. We're not the same.
Hey, I signed up a great client at the top of a Miami hotel in a Hawaiian shirt. Which that client, man, that was a good client too.
Anyone you pick up in Miami is definitely a good client, especially if you're in criminal defense.
Yeah, it was a cool hotel in South Beach too. So cool guy too. It was one of the greatest clients ever. We had a lot of fun in a lot of cases because it ended up expanding the caseload that we were handling for him. But yeah, it's an art form, because the very first person who lied to me was my unemployment assistance clinic, first year law school. And she didn't tell me a key fact until the middle of the proceeding. So one of the things I learned, like in the Snipes trial, there are things I didn't know until trial. But I knew enough about the client to know, okay, certain things may not be told. So let me anticipate what those might be, given what I know about them, and anticipate those in advance so we can structure our defense accordingly. To be able to try to anticipate it. But yeah, for unemployment clinic, and midway through admit something, though still not as bad as the domestic violence client I had, who it turned out that she was kind of dramatic with things. She was sitting in the deposition and he was saying, so when you took the knife in and he was in the shower, you were just doing that to scare him with the butcher knife? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, this isn't going that well. I think we may need to resolve this now, and move on.
I was just trying to terrify him. That's all I was trying to do with this knife in my hand.
I learned about the beauty of the 30-day rule, right? You do your deposition, you got 30 days to confirm it. And this lawyer taught me that. We went to this workers' comp deposition, and then afterwards, I was like, hold on a second. Didn't he just lie about using pot when he was on the job? And he was like, yeah, but we got 30 days. We'll settle before then. So you learn all the other art for great personal injury lawyer told me how to prepare a client for deposition. He's like, let me show you. Brings the client in. The client never talked. He's like, isn't this what happened? And then this happened, right? And then after that, this happened. And this didn't go in that order. It went in this order, right? And I was like, oh, so you're preparing your client for the deposition. But that's why he's a very successful plaintiff's lawyer.
Yeah, you bring in someone and you go, this guy, not you. You don't want to do this. You want to have someone else come in and they're going to rip your client apart. They're going to tear them down. They're going to say the worst thing. They're going to make them cry like they're a woman. And they're going to sit there, or like they're Ben Shapiro or whatever. And they're going to sit there and be like, you are as short as Ben Shapiro and you have tears running down your face like Matt Walsh. You will lose this trial if we go this route. This is you. Now we need to settle. Or if they're steadfast through it, and then you can maybe go to deposition, but you have to bring in the guy who will rip them apart. And you have to try and find a guy who will rip them apart worse than opposing counsel will. Like, you have to bring up stuff that the opposing counsel hopefully doesn't know. And it's wild, but
there's always an art form to it. I did a focus group with a client, and our focus groups were coming back great. But there was one person who was a soccer mom who wrote, this is a criminal case, and she wrote guilty and then put a smiley face above the guilty. And it so freaked him out, he demanded we settle. He just couldn't get over that. I was like, look, you're going to have some certain percentage authoritarian jurors that, but it was that he liked her. And he's like, nice soccer mom. And it was the smiley. It wasn't the guilty. It was the guilty with a smiley face over the eye.
That's so brutal. I had this, it wasn't my case. It was supposed to be, but they never, I said, here's what I need for a retainer if you want me to do this, because I have to clear my entire schedule for a month because it was really close to trial. And they had sort of hired another guy, but they didn't pay him the full retainer. They had paid him an initial deposit and then never came up with the rest. But I wasn't going to take his client for free. And so they never paid me. So I told him, I'm not taking your client. He goes, I thought they were going to pay you. So I scheduled a vacation. Can I hire you to do their plea hearing? Okay, cool. Well, the client comes into my office and he's like, well, I don't want to plea. I was like, the guy told me you're agreeing to the plea. That's why I'm here. I'm here to get you through this plea hearing, and I'm here to prep you for the plea hearing. And he goes, no, I'm not going to plea. I want to fight it. I'm like, well, here. And I have 50 of these jury surveys that they had done. And I said, here's what we're going to do. I'm not going to read any of these questions except one. I'm going to read one question to you, and then I'm going to read every answer. And it was, given the nature of the allegations in this case, can you be a fair and impartial juror? I said, number one, no, he should burn. Number 2, no, prison forever.
Shit.
No, I would kill him if I was the
What?
victim's relative. No. And I
Oh,
go through,
These are just people who want to get out of jury duty.
no, Megan. The
No?
That was the nature of
allegations, the allegations were the rape of his own daughter resulting in pregnancy.
Oh,
Could you be impartial?
no.
No, most people cannot. Right. And these people are just honest. And I read, there are 50 of them. And I read 44 of them are, no, I cannot be impartial. He should die. And I go, I'm just saying that you may want to plea because 44 people
Shit.
here were honest to you and the other 6 lied so that you can go to prison
So that they can put you
longer.
in jail.
completely.
And he goes, okay, I get it. I'm like, bro, like they're telling you, but it's exactly like that smiley, the glee with which they would put this person behind bars. And I know there's all sorts of internet commentary about me in this case. This is not my client. I didn't defend this guy at all. I didn't take the case. That when they tried to hire me, and I consulted a genetics expert because they said, we have genetic proof that he didn't do this. I called the genetics expert. He goes, please, dear Christ, don't hire me. Do not do it. I do not want to defend this person. They are definitely guilty. And I'm like, well, what about this? And they're like, no, you don't understand how these are read. I do. This means that person 100% is the father of that horrifically incest rape baby. Like, thank you for telling me. And so I tell the guy, I'm like, you are going to prison. The question is how long. You can plea or you can fight. And if you fight, you will lose. Like, you're going to do it. Like, there's no way around this.
I actually think that in the Absud case, they prejudiced the jury against her when they were doing jury selection. It was really awful. I was sitting there watching jury selection, and the state goes off on this. They said, you are going to hear horrific tales of child abuse in this case. If there's a reason why you cannot hear this, and they went off, they described things that never happened. They went into there was no child abuse in this case. There was the doctors telling her to do stuff and CPS saying that it was abuse. That's all it was. There was no child abuse. There was actually 0 child abuse. There were some EEGs that were ordered, and there was a wheelchair that was ordered and some leg braces. If you think that's horrific they scared that jury so bad. People left crying. The people who said they couldn't do it. And Cindy was sitting in the room the whole time this was happening. And they're looking at her like she is I saw the way they were looking at her. Before they knew any facts of the case, they were told that you're going to hear horrific tales of child abuse. Do you tell me how is that even legal? That there were none of these facts in the case.
Right.
None.
Yeah, I mean, a good judge won't allow that.
Well, she was a shitty ass judge.
The government gets away with this quite frequently. Others,
Yep.
do you have a problem with someone who did this? If it's not admissible evidence in the proceedings as a way
there
to
was
plant the
none
seed.
of that.
They precondition. They try to precondition the jury with a certain narrative and the way they ask questions. If this was true, would you agree with this? And that stuff should, of course, the bigger problem is most in federal courts you get no jury selection. So you get a random jury. Aside, like in the Snipes case, the judge figured out that he wanted to make sure to get rid of pro-defense jurors. So so he had.
Thanks, Judge.
I don't think that should be legal. I don't think it should be legal
it's not constitutional. It's
to
just
tell a jury I watched a woman glare at Cindy, and she ended up being on the jury. And I remember thinking, this woman already thinks she's guilty of a thing she doesn't even know what the facts are. She's screwed with this person on the jury. And the state did that. They completely prejudiced the jury ahead of time.
The bailiffs, sometimes the marshals contaminating the jury behind your back without you. I've dealt with that in multiple cases. Dealt with it.
They did that in the Absud case. They told the jury
subtlety of everybody else in that courtroom.
We had a camera crew there. I was with a documentary filmmaker, and it was me and him and like 3 camera guys. They were all dressed in black because that's what they wear. They wear black t-shirts and black jeans. I was there wearing just normal clothes. I was had my computer open. like the second day of trial, the bailiff comes in, gives the judge a note, and the judge says, now the jury is asking to be escorted to and from their cars because there are people wearing black outside that they believe are, I don't remember, threatening to them. Well, this was the woman they called QAnon mom. This fucking judge allowed the jury to believe that a group of journalists were QAnon terrorists. And when the defense attorney tried to bring it into the court, he goes to somebody on the stand, who is that person sitting over there? He wanted him to identify the man sitting over there that the jury was scared of. The judge wouldn't allow it. She wouldn't allow him to say that man is a journalist. We were like, are you kidding me? And because we were outside hanging out all the time trying to get film or footage or whatever, there was nowhere else for us to go. Like, where were we supposed to be? We weren't dogging any jurors. We were literally standing yards away from the front door, eating our sandwiches or whatever while we're waiting, but they allowed that. And then they brought in more cops. So they allowed the jury to feel threatened by Cindy's supporters in the courtroom. I was sickened by it. It was planned. They did this on purpose.
I'll leave you all with this story. The judge in the Snipes case told us beforehand that he had never taken more than an hour to pick a jury in his 30 plus years on the federal bench, and he didn't anticipate any longer for this case. And we had a very prejudiced jury pool, we knew, for a range of reasons. But there's two things a federal judge has to ask questions about: pretrial publicity and racial prejudice. So we filed a motion to dismiss and motion for venue transfer on grounds that there was too much racial prejudice in the community, which led to the media covering it greatly and extensively, which required him to give us 3 days of jury selection. And we got rid of. He mistakenly asked the jury. We framed a question really well that sounded like it was saying the jury was biased against black people, but it was actually kind of asking an empirical question about the racial profile of crime. But he assumed the jury would be smart enough to know not to answer it. But so many of those jurors were so biased, they were eager to say, yep, he's black, he's probably guilty. Because that was the nature of it. And that's the only way we got any kind of impartial jury was working the system against a judge who had grown accustomed to abusing his power for 30 years. So, but I probably should wrap up and head out.
Yeah, I'm gonna read the super chats. You guys are welcome to go. I'm gonna read the super chats. Thank you so much for being here. I love you both, obviously.
I love you too, both of you.
Megan and Barnes, thank you for winning a case against these fucking little school board tyrants. They're gross.
I hope we can do it again.
They're gross. I knew that I should never go into government when my dad was like, hey, if you want to go into government, like legitimately, because I did for a while. And then it turns out I had blackface pictures. So that was never going to happen. But he's like, if you want to go to government, what you should do is start with your school board. And I was like, oh, that sounds terrible. I don't want to do that at all. In fact, I would rather just go on YouTube. But thank you for putting these little government tyrants in their place, because that's what they are. They're mini tyrannies. They're trying to exercise their authority over no one, because they should never happen. A school board should never be putting anyone in their place, because their values should reflect the community. And if the community is ever going, hey, wait a minute, that means that they've done their job so poorly that it's embarrassing. So thank you for putting them in their place, making the school board pay, and most importantly, making them write the most non-apology apology ever. Because I know I saw some people like, well, that's not really an apology. I'm like, you don't understand. That thing hurt all of them more than
really badly.
Anything else.
Yes.
More than the money. He had to put his name on it. It had to say, I offer you an apology. I know it wasn't, I'm sorry, but I offer you an apology is still the same sort of thing.
It's more than they ever usually give.
That Jessica weirdo is so mad.
It's just a reminder to everybody out there. There's ordinary people can make a difference despite the craziness and the corruption that you face. And then if you stand up the way Megan did, there are ways in which you can get justice that will matter for a lot of other people. So keep up the good fight. The only way that evil wins is goodness goes in retreat. So that, rage against the dying of the light. Thanks, everybody.
All right, Robert. Catch you next time.
Good night.
Peace. Megan, I love you.
I love you too.
Get the fuck out of here. You're an hour ahead of me and I'm tired. Oh, she left before I even. Oh my God. Oh my God. Megan Fox cut a man off. I take back everything good I've ever said about her. I'm texting her right now. You cut me off. You bitch. There. I just texted her right then. Oh my God. I'm now on the side of Kurt. There we go. I've done that. I have done that. It is done. Like Jesus said, it is finished. All right, here we go, guys. I'm going to read the super chats. We're going to wrap up the show. This has been a long show, 4 hours. I thought it was going to be 3. I promised them 3, and then I lied because, well, I'm a Jew. And we got to 4 hours. It was great. I obviously like both of them. They have so much, well, mostly Barnes. It's so much. Megan is on my shit list for now. Megan, actually don't ever listen to her again. Robert Barnes is brilliant, and Megan Fox is someone we bring along to cut us off, apparently. But I love both of them, unironically, and they have so much insight and wisdom and I said insight already. So much insight and wisdom and commentary on present issues that go far beyond anything that affects all of us individually. And I always love sharing that with you guys, of course. So thanks for tolerating that. I'm going to read these super chats on YouTube. We're going to read the Rumble chats, of course. We'll read the locals chats. I'm going to close the stream. And then there is still a brief locals exclusive live stream after the show. If you want to join that, ricadalaw.locals.com. It is a locals supporter exclusive. So if you don't have $5 a month, you can't participate. Well, unless you do a one-time support of $2, I guess you could do that or something like that. But consider joining locals at just $5 a month. It's like not even a cup of coffee anymore, because you are a vegan who loves free trade coffee, and free trade means not made by slaves. And if you're not in support of slavery, why are you even watching this channel? Chris Benoit says, hi, Megan. I've been told you report on injustice and family matters. My wife and former employer, the WWE, have spread vile lies about me regarding my treatment of my son. Can I set up an interview with you? I was a world champion. I'll pass it along. Chris Benoit, I will pass it along to Megan Fox. Sandy says, hi, Nick. Could you please shout out my gifts and go? My mom and dad are sick. I have to get them to their appointments. My car died bigly and I can't fix it. I'm disabled and live on $1,000 a month. Sandra Harrington. Guys, you can check out Gifts and Go. Sandra Harrington. Give it a shot. Take a look at it. I don't know. Chris Benoit says, Nick, tell Sandy I'll help out with her pants. Fuck you. Cars in Depth. Ask Barnes if bus drivers refusing to take black people to NAACP rally would violate 18 USC 241 for depriving the right to assemble, asking for a friend. Cars in Depth. If the bus drivers are city employed, maybe, but it would. One of the big questions would be, are they following policy of buses go from point A to B, or do they have some discretionary authority to stop along the way and they can add that stop? There's a lot to it, but first question is, are they government actors? Are they state actors? If they're not state actors, then no, they cannot violate 18 USC 241. Minor Zircon says, Mexican here, take it back. Ecuadorians are cheaper. Justin, don't you dare. Jacob Mismer says, thoughts on the FCC's recent power grab. I just heard about this. I haven't looked into it. Maybe we'll do it on the show tomorrow. Something like that. I'm not familiar with what's going on. I just, again, have only briefly heard. TC Barnett says, can I get a toast to my firstborn coming tomorrow? Super nervous and excited. TC Barnett, of course. Of course. Let me get the one more of these liquors for you. Belfour whiskey. Belfour bourbon, specifically Texas pecan wood aged bourbon. And here comes a toast to you, T.C. Barnett, and the arrival today probably, of your firstborn child. May the child arrive without incident, with all predictability, and with full health, safety, and security of the mother and the child. May you focus solely on the love, life, and care to come, and ignore any concerns for health, for safety, and for anything else that may plague an early life. Cheers to you. Get sleep where you can, brother, because you're about to enter a world that you didn't know existed. And it was a world of fitful naps between a baby crying and a woman demanding. Good luck to you. Peace to you. Take all of the sharp objects in your house and hide them away from your woman. Lock them in a safe that has no combination. Buy new ones when the baby is 4. Cheers. Fake doctor lawyer says, folks, I work in patent litigation based. Love the job. Long hours have strained my marriage. Story of the life of the attorney. You're not even an attorney, but yes. Firm asked me to do PM law school, night school. They would pay. With a JD, Juris Doctor, I could make more doing the same job, but doing so could strain things beyond repair. Please advise. Fake doctor lawyer. This is a common question. It's a common marriage versus advancement, security, job prospect question. Listen, you have 2 options here. You have the U option. The U option says get the JD, get the degree, get the experience, make the money. That's the U option. It is elevating you, it is celebrating you, it is recognizing your skill, talent, your experience, and your dedication to a thing. And then you have the other perspective, which is you are married right now. Your advancement, your things, your self-elevation and recognition are not necessarily your concerns anymore. You have promised in some way to subrogate those concerns to someone else's concerns. Doesn't mean they always win. It does not. It does not mean you always win either. But you now have to consider the other option. If it will strain your marriage, possibly beyond repair, you have to determine whether you want to be married or whether you want to make more money working longer hours. That's a real question. That more money thing could be your ticket to something huge. It could also be your ticket to unhappiness and a loss of half your shit. So you have to decide that. No one else can do it. I would strongly recommend, if you choose to undertake law school, specifically law school, that you do so with consent and buy-in of your spouse. Because law school attendees have I think the highest divorce rate of anyone else in the country. Consider that. Consider that, because it is a lot of hours, it is a lot of attention, and you will be exhausted. You will come home. She'll be like, oh, how is school? And you'll be like, shut up, I'm going to sleep. You will be tired. You'll be irritable. You will not be you, and she won't understand. You know why? Because she decided to pop out babies or whatever women do instead of going to do something hard. I don't mean to put it that way, but it's true. You got to make that decision for yourself. You have to know your partner. If you think it will strain things beyond repair and you're not ready for things to be strained beyond repair, focus on your fucking marriage, you dummy. That opportunity is going to be available a year or 2 years down the road. It will be. And maybe that's a better time. If you go, it'll strain things beyond repair, but it's worth the risk because beyond repair is great. Whether she stays with me or not, that's on you. No one can know that. You have to make that decision. All right, here we go. Let's get to some of these. Shit. The most banned queen says, Maya case was about Maya, not Megan, not other victims. Maya, Megan needed this for views. Maya's family are the only ones that matter in this case. I think I don't think Megan would disagree. Min Moko has several chats in a row, says, hey, Nick. Hey, Robert, please pray for my father-in-law, Joe, who at 90 is battling both heart valve failure and intestinal cancer. He's fighting the good fight and living the best life he can. And he also says, Nick, a toast to my dad who loved Jack Daniels. Well, no one's perfect. He passed in January. He was the inventor of the carbon fiber and 33 other inventions recorded at the U.S. Patent Office. The carbon fiber. Min Moko, a cheers to your father. Also a prayer for your father-in-law. May your father rest in peace. May he rest knowing that his accomplishments will far outlive his name, and that his immortality was not sealed in his inventions, but in his offspring. A prayer for your father-in-law, that he may find comfort and peace wherever that takes him. Cheers to both. Mimoka also says, Nick, a toast to my daughters Maggie and Elle, and my goddaughter Gabby, who all graduated in May with high honors. Okay, Mimoka, a toast to 3 women who graduated in a public school or in a school system geared towards educating women. Cheers to them for achieving very highly. I'm joking. Sincerely, obviously, cheers. Hope they do great things. It also says a toast to Megan in the bottle of Katosin Creek. It flows to the presidential waters from Camp David, or at least on the waters from LGB. I'm not going to do that. Megan does not get a toast from me. She is dead to me. Mimo also says, Nick, a toast to Chattanooga, origin story, city for both Dad and Robert Barnes. Here's to Chattanooga. Your name sounds racist. Also says to early morning phone calls from EH6. They're the gayest of ways to tell someone you want to bear their children. I don't even know what that means. I am Jaffo says, Barnes, I must disagree. Second wave feminism brought the sex positive feminists. Third wave just allowed them into institutions to write conspiracy theory trash. Fourth wave added the algorithm. By the way, MGTOW is merely third wave men's rights activism. I hate to say it. It's kind of embarrassing. They sound the same as third wave feminists at the end of the day. You might just agree with them because you really need an excuse for right now. But right now is not forever. Right now is never forever. Don't fall into that trap. 100-Star Chili says, I still think women should just approach the man they want and tell him what they want. I've not added any sexual enticement since college. 100-Star Chili, wait. Did you just come up with a revelatory idea that women should say what they actually want? What kind of fucking dumb communist bigot retard misogynist are you? Oh, you think women would just come up and tell a man what they want? That would make sense. But women don't do that. Have you met one? Probably not. You're a cool little keyboard. Well, women should just tell men what they like. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Why would a woman tell a man what she wants when she could instead say a bunch of bullshit that has nothing to do with what she wants, and then be mad when the man doesn't do the things that she asked because it was all bullshit and failed to decipher what she actually wanted while she was saying other things? What kind of woman would do that? Like, what kind of woman would she be if she was not mad at a man for listening to her rather than inferring from her mind and voodoo magic what she wanted? God, you're gross. Very, very awful. SC Medic 71 says, new channel idea. Night court with Nick. No, day court. Hershey Squirt says 666. 6-pack, 6 feet, 6 figures. Something Tate pushes on the young men. Follow him. And then he comes out like he converted to Islam. Well, he did convert to Islam. But it's not a 6-pack. It's a 6-inch penis. I think Andrew Tate has a smaller than 6-inch penis. You can just say it. Hershey Squirt says, was on 2x speed to catch up. Now it sounds like you all are intoxicated. I'm not. Barely. Maybe. Our Aselius X says, hey, Law Pope, wanted to say thank you. My wife and I are expecting our first child to be born anytime now. The parenting advice you've given in the past has given us confidence about becoming parents. Listen, here's the thing. Here's the thing to remember about parenting advice. Very dumb people raise children successfully without any parenting advice and with the worst ideas on the planet. You can't fuck up as hard as an Alabama meth lab trailer park mom who had the parenting advice of put the baby in the crib while you're doing the chemical reactions. You can't fuck up that bad. And she raised a kid that went to Congress. His name was Bill Clinton. SC Medic says, not seeing a woman is okay. Not hearing one is better. Correct. The fan with no name says, I have some law school students in my MBA data analysis class. Some of the cooler people there, actually. But I'm a former coke dealer and bar brawler, so I may be biased. That's kind of funny. I like that. Shit, where are we here? God damn. Twisted Logic says, pronounced Twisted Logic. Yes, custody battles are brutal to the kids. The mind games that the kids endure is sick. Tracy Collins, spoiler alert, Judge Judy is fake too, and the court pays whatever the settlement is ordered. I don't mind that the court pays whatever the settlement is ordered. I really don't. Because in small claims, a lot of times it's not about the money, it's about the principle. I just hate when the acting is fake. I hate when there's people acting out the case. I want a real case and a real controversy. I don't care who pays the result. But they say, and the court pays whatever the settlement is ordered. So people always fake scenarios to get paid. Jurisdiction. See, Goody says, All Rise board game, the ridiculous game of off-the-cuff storytelling and courtroom debate. This will be your court. I don't know what that link is. See, Goody, I don't follow your links because I don't like to see penises. Squirrel Knight says, what is this travesty? I'm back after a few months, and now we got Mr. Seymour cleavage on stream. That's Haram, bro. Dumb username says, question for Chak, has Dick been blacklisted? No. God, it's so weird. People are like, has so-and-so been... Dick Masterson just isn't covering anything interesting to me, so I'm not going to bring him on. We're going to bring him on to talk about himself. Gay. Candace Marie says, your court name will be Bob Loblaw, and you'll run your very own law blog, the Bob Loblaw Log Blog. It would be epic. That sounds terrible. Reform Comic. If you sue DCS, good luck. They have qualified immunity. Could you find out who reported you in discovery? You have a right to face your accuser. Just curious. I hate all snitches. Thanks. Not necessarily. Suing DCS would probably get dismissed for qualified immunity. You would not likely get to that discovery. Chris Clements says, Amish family values. Shunning is not one of mine. Turd Ferguson, this discussion is exactly why I'm standing tall on the ideas. There should be public defenders available for anyone who is a defendant in cases brought by the state, be it civil, family, criminal, or administrative. If it's brought by the state, I agree. Copied Kitty says, elder abuse, any thoughts? Do more of it. Elders are terrible. Slosher says, all governments suffer a recurring problem. Power attracts pathological personalities. It is not that power corrupts, but that is magnetic to the corruptible. Quoting Frank Herbert. Isn't that the guy who wrote Dune? Is Frank Herbert the guy who wrote Dune? I don't remember. Frozen Toy says, Megan, you look great. Whatever you have done, good job. I'm going to quote one of my idols, Patrick Bateman. You can always be thinner. You can always look better. There you go. That's true. Next, Scarvy the Strange says, Vlad the Impaler has proven yes on the anus thing. Perfect. At least someone did it. Someone did the hard work. Legendary Racing says the bigger problem is she called her mom for 10 minutes before calling 911. Kate C, aka Snake Plush Kitten, says, Nick, whatever you do, don't explain to Megan what an old King Clancy is. I don't know what that is. I'm a degenerate and I don't even know. We'll look it up. Majestic American Woodcock says, Lane is the worst person on hearsay exceptions. She tried to get text messages in as excited utterances. Damn it. She kept saying Amber's texts from days after an event were present since impressions. Just got to try. Monkey Training says on Daily Wire, Candace versus Ben is a little schadenfreude. I just can't believe that Ben Shapiro is getting cucked by a black woman. What an embarrassment he is. Carson Depp says 18 USC 241 is specifically about non-state actors. Okay, I was thinking it was, okay, fine, right, sure. I was thinking of a different statute. It's great. You're also still wrong. And the reason you're still wrong is because I don't want to look at it right now. But I love you. Updudes says, hey, Megan, remember the Muslim school board bro Chammy who made your panties moist? Wow. This is what he said on 10-9. Hassan Chammy says, October 9th, from the river to the sea, never mind the rest of his ex feed. I told you never to trust them. MJ Whit says, I recently moved out of this once awesome suburb. They just tried to ban the colors red and green from holiday displays and the use of the word snowman. When the city of Milwaukee stopped requiring employees, teachers to live in the city, they infested Tosa and ruined it. It was solid red city. They gave us Governor Walker. I'm in-house at major global manufacturing company that moved our offices out of Tosa. We only pretend we moved because of COVID workforce changes. Look, I just got to say, Scott Walker, faggot. Take that. Rocky Water says, could argue for a percentage of the tips. Nope. Tim Cast IRL says, breaking, Trump has announced his VP pick. That's not it. That's a dog being raped by a kangaroo in Australia, which just proves it's fake. All right, guys, we're done with the show tonight. Thank you for hanging out. Been way too long. We're going to go to local stream very soon. I'm going to eat something. I'm so fucking hungry. It's not going to be a long local stream. If you want a long local stream, find a black man. To you in the YouTube Rumble chats, I love you. We didn't do a Rumble specific show tonight. There will be tomorrow. Look, I just looked up and I was like 2 hours in. I haven't switched to Rumble. I'm a fucking retard. So that's the whole thing. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Let's end this shit. I'll see you in a minute over on Locals. And I'm going to eat while you watch me eat because you're weird and gross. Tomorrow, there's some other show. I don't even know what it is. I don't want to tell you what it is because it won't be true because I'm not cognizant of it. But I'll see you there. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Trangenderism. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of that rug. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plenty, folks, from Tate to Drexel. adding spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out an odd bag of bow, more at that brook. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the wide shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one